And time for me to open this session of the Enfield Local Plan Examination. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, good. For those who don't know me by now, I'm Stephen Lee and I'm being appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the Enfield Local Plan report to the Council in due course. I think everyone's been here many times, but as we've had a little break between stage 2 and stage 3, it's probably worthwhile me just running through some of the procedural matters again, and there are also some issues about how the examination will progress from now on that I need to set out, if that's okay with everyone. Then what we'll do, we'll have introductions, then there's a couple of matters, not on the agenda, a couple of matters arising from stage 2 that I just want to check the council with, and they may have some issues they want to raise with me, I don't know, and then we'll launch into a discussion on housing supply issues. So, before I get to the main part of my opening, there are some normal housekeeping matters to address. Can everyone make sure their mobile phones and so on are all turned off on silent mode, please? That's including me. Can I just again ask, I'm sure everyone's aware of this by now, but if the council could just explain the situation with fire alarms and fire exits, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Inspector. We shouldn't be expecting a fire alarm today, but in the event that it does sound, we just need to exit the building to my left and follow the stairway downstairs. We should have security and also staff around to guide you outside to the meeting points as well. Toilets and facilities are downstairs on the ground floor where we were at the previous hearings. Yeah, I think that's all.
Thank you very much. The council, I think, is still streaming the events, and so participants should be aware that they may appear on screen from time to time. If anybody has any concerns about this, then please let either myself or Annette, programme officer, know, and we'll see if any arrangements can be made to minimise the issue by reorganising, although I think it's a wide angle, so really there's nowhere to go unless you want to go and sit off to the side somewhere or in the other room and shout through the door. So, but if you have any problems, do let me know. There should be Wi-Fi access for all participants, but again, let Annette or the council know if you have any issues logging on. I will as well, because I'm connected to the free Wi-Fi at the moment, and that is notoriously sketchy. So if I have to pause to re-establish, then I apologise. That's being sorted out for later. Obviously, yes, Annette, I'm sure you all know Annette by now. Annette is the programme officer and she's responsible for organising the hearing sessions and publication of any documents, and that should be the first point of contact should there be a need for any assistance or if anybody has any queries about the process. And if necessary, Annette will pass those on to me and I'll respond accordingly. Also, any documents or additional information I request from any party should be handed to or sent to Annette in the first instance. We'll pass them on to me and publish them on the examination website. For avoidance of doubt, the plan under examination is a submission version of the Enfield Local Plan 2019 to 2041, which was submitted to the Secretary of State on the 6th of August 2024. Prior to submission, consultation took place under Regulation 19, and I shall be having regard to the representations made on that consultation exercise. I've published a guidance note, or guidance notes, outlining how the examination will and has run thus far, and I identified the matters, issues and questions, or MIQs, that I tend to consider in this part of the examination. Further to stage 3 MIQs, I've received hearing statements from the council and other parties, which I shall have regard to in coming to my conclusions, and all of these should be available on the examination website. Interested parties will also be aware that since the publication of the MIQs and receipt of hearing statements, I asked the council for some additional information to assist in discussions we're having over the next 3 weeks. That should all be hopefully available to everybody. We'll double check before we get on to the matter at hand. There's also an additional matter that I'll come on to shortly in relation to the so-called New Towns announcement, which I'll just touch on in a moment. Obviously, these stage 3 hearing sessions, apart from today, which is about housing supply, are primarily related to the criteria-based or development management type policies in the plan. And obviously, these may highlight additional issues that need to be addressed before I can provide my final findings. Which feeds into my role. I'm tasked with considering the soundness of the plan in accordance with the criteria set out in the National Planning Policy Framework. This means considering whether the plan has been positively prepared, whether it's justified, whether it will be effective, and whether it's consistent with national policy. And again, just to remind everyone, it's the December 2023 version of the National Planning Policy Framework, NPPF, that contains the relevant version of national policy for this examination. And this is as set out in the transitional arrangements of the December 2024 version of the framework. I will also be assessing whether the plan is legally compliant, as well as sound. And as set out in my guidance note, there are three possible outcomes to the examination. Firstly, that the submitted plan is sound and legally compliant. Secondly, that the submitted plan is not sound or legally compliant, but could be made so by changes, known as main modifications, or that the submitted plan is not sound or legally compliant and could not be made so by changes. The hearing sessions are intended to assist me in reaching my overall conclusions, but in submitting the plan, the Council considered that it was sound and that that's the starting point for the examination. And if anybody is challenging the soundness of the plan, as well as understanding why this is the case, it's also helpful for me to understand what changes are considered necessary to make it sound. As a reminder, it's not my role in this examination to consider things which aren't in the submitted plan. This includes consideration of the merits of what are often called mission sites, but also can be related to other factors where people want changes to introduce things which currently aren't in the plan. It's my role to obviously consider what is in the plan, and if I consider there to be any deficiency in any way, then my first port of call would ask the Council to address that. It's also not my role to make improvements to the plan where it is already sound. In this regard, I cannot make a sound plan sounder. I have read and will take into account the hearing statements that have been prepared and also the original representations that were made. Generally speaking, there's no need for these to be repeated. Instead, my aim is that the discussion moves on from those documents and deals with specific questions that I have or areas where further clarification or explanation is required. At times, I'm asked for a more general contribution or summary of a party's position, but it's also helpful to stick to the matter in hand and refrain from commenting on unrelated matters. In order to test the plan for soundness and legal compliance, I will need to ask questions, as I have throughout. And you have seen that I've already been doing so, and both the Council and other participants have responded to these questions. This is obviously likely to continue today, but anything I ask should not be taken as demonstrating a particular predisposition. Indeed, from time to time, I will play devil's advocate in order to properly test the evidence, so nobody should infer anything from my questions or the discussion. As you all know by now, if at any point you wish to make a contribution to the discussion, then please indicate this by turning your nameplate on its side. And in speaking during the hearing, I would request that you are concise and specific. Also, if you wish to highlight certain parts of your statement or other documents that form part of the examination, they will be helpful to me if you can provide a reference. It is vitally important that people exercise their right to be heard, so please don't let me move on to another topic or issue if you haven't said what you want to say. There will generally not be any opportunity to raise additional points with me after a hearing session has ended, unless, as already mentioned, I specifically request information or feedback. As you are aware, the Council has already published a schedule of proposed changes to the plan and has suggested some more in their hearing statements, which I shall consider alongside the submitted plan, and I shall determine whether these changes suggested are necessary to make the plan sound. We'll discuss those as we go through. As well as the modifications the Council has already put to me, it's open to them to propose further modifications or further changes as we progress through the examination. And from time to time, I will also ask the Council to consider further modifications and provide me with wording for my consideration. And obviously, this will help with my overall deliberation. I will and continue to ask the Council to keep a record of actions and possible changes that arise during the hearings, but any main modifications that are proposed and that I consider necessary will be subject to consultation at some point in the future. One important point I want to make here, and obviously this has been a slightly different examination. Has obviously been several stages, so that's not normal. Certainly to have 3 stages. One important point I want to make here is that I've not provided the Council with my final position or views on any element of the plan as yet. Clearly there have been actions which have been agreed as we go through, but there's certainly a large number of issues and matters which I've not formally decided upon. I made it clear at the end of stage 2, for example, that I would not be issuing my findings about the soundness or otherwise of any allocation until the end of the hearing sessions, because clearly there are still things we're going to be discussing for no other reason. A, there's a timing issue, but also clearly we're going to be discussing things during stage 3 which could have a bearing on some of those issues anyway. So it would have been potentially premature. And similarly, it also goes for some matters we discussed at stage 1, because obviously everything is interrelated. Similarly, if I didn't identify any actions on particular allocation or policy during an earlier session, hearing session or stage, it doesn't mean that my mind was made up or the allocation policy isn't necessarily sound. I think it's clear that everybody needs to be aware of that. And again, not inferring any outcome at this stage. Yeah, so actually, therefore, I don't want anyone to assume that as we've moved on to stage 3, and I didn't issue a sort of formal letter at stage 2, it means that there'll be no further actions relating to stage 2 discussions. That's almost definitely not going to be the case. There almost definitely will be actions related to stage 2. The examination will remain open until my report is submitted to the Council. No further representations or evidence will be accepted during the hearings or after they've finished unless I specifically request or allow it. At the end of the hearing sessions, I will indicate the likely timescales of the next phases of examination. This does bring me on to the government's New Towns announcement. As everybody will be aware, I asked the Council to set out their formal view on this and how the announcement would affect the examination, if at all. The Council provided me with that last week, I think, or the week before. I've since asked for written representations relating to those views and set a deadline of the 7th of November. I want to make it quite clear, and maybe that we issue, I think the note is clear, but if not, we may issue a clarification. This is not an exercise in telling me whether or not you think the New Towns proposal is a good idea or not. This is not a consultation on whether the merits or otherwise of that announcement. It is a procedural question as much as anything about how it affects the examination process and in effect responding to the Council's letter. So I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea, and if people send me letters saying we don't agree with this or we think it's a brilliant idea, that isn't necessarily going to take me anywhere, and it's not necessarily, so I'm going to have regard to those sorts of comments. That isn't the purpose of this exercise. It is mainly responding to the Council's points in their letter, but also getting views on procedural elements. I don't want there to be any misunderstanding, and clearly it's still part of the examination process as well. So this is a if you like, focused consultation on those people who've made representations. It's not wide, it's not opening it up. If, and this counts for any main modification, if any of this was to result in main modifications, obviously premature to suggest it would, then clearly there'll be a wider consultation which anybody can comment on, and we'll take it from there. But this is not, so I don't want anyone to get the wrong end of the stick and see this as some kind of consultation on the announcement, on the merits. You say purely procedural. Once I've had the letters and representations, if I find I can continue on the basis of the written representations only, I shall. If I find a hearing session would be necessary, then that will be organised as soon as possible. I don't envisage, if that is the case, there'll be a need for any further representations. I would probably take what I've got, issue an agenda, invite people, and then set it up. And it may well be that we can do that remotely if the Council has the opportunity to do it, so we can do it quite quickly, I would hope. Without, now, I don't think I necessarily need 6 weeks' notice. The only other thing I'm thinking, though, is that there may be other things that come out of these sessions that need wrapping up as well. Thinking out loud, the Coliseum retail park, perhaps we may need to discuss. There's some other notes, I think, that I'm still waiting in the playing pitch strategy, for example, which I'm going to come on to. They might all mean a need for further discussion, in which case I may as well try and rather understand what we need to talk about and get it all done in one go rather than keep going back piecemeal. So it might be that we can't set a date for those yet anyway, but that's my thinking at the moment. So that takes me on that, so far where we are. Now, obviously, on a note on breaks today, timings and breaks. As usual, I'll try and take a break around 11 o'clock with lunch at 1 o'clock and coming back at 2. However, as usual, these timings are fluid depending on where we are with the discussion. I genuinely don't know how long today is going to take. It could be a quick one. It might not. Either we're going to get through things quite quickly or we're going to go through site by site. It depends on where the discussion goes. So we'll just have to see. But obviously, if we think we might get close to finishing, then we might have a late lunch or just carry on, or a short lunch and come back. We will see. So quite often, when we're doing 5-year supply sessions, there's a whole raft of developers in the room telling me why you can't possibly deliver all these, or we need more or different, and not quite the same case today, so who knows how long it might take. Before we move on to introductions then, are there any questions about the procedural issues I've just been through? Anything? No? Okay. So we'll do introductions as normal, then we'll, I've got a couple of just questions for the council after Horizon, if you anything, then we can make a start. So, Mr. Reid, if I start with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning. My name is Matthew Reid. I'm King's Counsel, and with me is Matthew Dale Harris of Council, and we are instructed by the Council today.
Ian Gillespie, Planning Consultant, acting on behalf of LBE.
Graham Holmes, Senior Policy Officer at LBE.
May Hope, Head of Strategic Planning and Design, Enfield Council.
Neil Rowley, Savills Planning Consultant on behalf of Combe Holmes.
Sorry, I'm going to remind people to use the microphones, please.
There we go. Yes, Councillor Edward Smith, representing the Conservative Group today.
Lakis Pavlou, Hadleywood Neighbourhood Planning Forum.
John West from the Enfield Society.
Matt Byrne from Better Homes Enfield and NCAF Land Use Working Group.
Thank you. Right, so just a couple of things I want to ask about in terms of matters arising from stage 2 and some action points. The first one is in relation to the action that related to, well, it was sort of action suggested by the council, which I accepted, which was a need for a note on, or you wanted to provide me with a note on URB 1, which I think was all sort of entwined with the production of the playing pitch strategy. And to be fair, that did say, the note said the end of October, so obviously not at the end of October. I just wanted to check whether that was all, you know, in train and timings were still to be expected by the end of October.
So I understand so. Let's hope we'll be able to clarify, but I understand so.
It will be towards the end of October, beginning of November time.
Okay, so I was told, is that for both the note and the playing pitch strategy? Because I was told that would be published by the end. Is the playing pitch strategy going to be delayed?
The council is going to receive a draft of the play pitch strategy towards the end of October, and then it needs signing off by Sport England. We're expecting around that to be turned around towards the beginning of November.
Okay. Obviously, when we get on to the relevant policies for that, not only the allocation, we'll have to just see what implications that. But again, it might be that that note is something that I need to think about whether or not there's a need for further discussion or so on. So it's sort of an unknown, but thank you for that. The other thing I wanted to ask about, there's a note on the stage 2, week 1 and 2 action note for stage 2, going back a little bit, had a reference to a statement of common ground, dated statement of common ground with TfL that you suggested was going to be in before stage 3, which obviously we're at stage 3, I've not had it yet. So any news on that?
Yes, so there are discussions going on with a view to formulating a position statement that will set out, for your part, the positions of the parties, so that you can understand the extent of the difference to the extent that there is any. And that position statement is, as I say, it's in discussion. It's well progressed. We are waiting at the moment for the finalisation of that. I'm not going to ascribe responsibility as to why it is that we're where we are in terms of timing, but we're waiting to, as I say, get to a resolved position, and we expect that to happen in short order. The difficulty is that we can't tell you quite how many days it's going to be, but it's a matter of days rather than weeks. I think that's, yes, I've put it correctly.
Okay, thanks. Again, that's obviously, I can't say whether that's going to throw up anything that I need to return to until I see it. Okay, thank you. There are a couple of other matters that were set out in action notes for stage 2, which I think we'll pick up on today. One was about GLA's position on the housing supply, which obviously we can talk about, and then the other one was this whole issue about how you referred to the 20% buffer, which again we'll come on to anyway, so I don't need to pick those up now. Is there anything else from your position, matters that you wanted to raise with me?
No, not for our part. Thank you very much, sir. No.
Okay. Thank you. So, with that in mind, we'll move on to the issue of housing supply. Matter 2. Return to matter 2. So yes, this is looking once again at the housing land supply. I think for the third time we're going to have a go at this. We've already looked at their housing requirement. Obviously, these all things are all interrelated, and again, the discussion today, this is obviously the other side of that coin, and the discussion today will help me understand, I think, other issues about housing requirement. It may well lead me to other comments or actions, we don't know yet. It is possible, because we are here again, but obviously some of the data has changed, or some of the suggestions from the council have changed, or some of the positions have changed. So it may be that we're going to rake over some old coals and a little bit of repetition, but I don't think that can be helped. And also apologies to those people in the room and anyone who wants to watch today, but we may also from time to time be getting into some nitty-gritty of housing numbers and calculations, and hope we've all got your calculators ready. We may even need some little adjournments now and again to allow people to go away and do some sums. So that might get a bit dry, is the thing, unless you really enjoy numbers, which I do, actually. So, what I want to make sure we go through today is what the overall supply is, how that could or should be broken down across the plan period. Are you looking at the step trajectory? The policy H1 in the plan already has a step trajectory. An alternative approach to that was put forward at stage 2, and I think from reading all the information, albeit no figures have been provided, I think the council, if I can infer, is that you'll be looking to alter those figures once again, but I don't think you've actually provided me with an actual proposal for that, and we'll come on to that. Obviously, then so that's looking at any proposals for a step trajectory, what this might mean in terms of general conformity with the London Plan, that's one of my questions, what it might all mean in terms of having a 5-year supply of deliverable housing land at the point of adoption, and whether the plan identifies the supply of development sites for years 6 to 10 or beyond, including the extent to which that supply is likely to come forward and is developable by the definition of the framework. I've been trying to think of a logical way of going through all this without getting all lost, and I may not have found one, but one may not exist. But my intention is to start off with some discussion about the overall supply figure. So just look at the overall big picture figure and the significant changes to capacity or supply that you've identified either during stage 2 or since stage 2. I think that will pick up perhaps the Colosseum Retail Park point and maybe the Meridian Water and anything else. So we'll look at the big picture. Then I want to move on to the situation looking up to 2029 and the issues of general conformity to the London Plan, which is quite familiar territory by now. This clearly has a significant overlap and interrelationship with the issue of whether the council will be able to demonstrate a 5-year supply. Obviously now, unfortunately, the 2029 figure is now not the 5 years as it was. It's, it's part of the 5 years, so it's not quite interlocking as it would, but there's obviously a lot of overlap there. So I probably tend to get into the actual components of that, both the 2029 and the 5-year supply at the same time. We'll look at those components. And obviously the 5-year supply discussion has a very significant overlap and interrelationship with the issue of a step trajectory and what that trajectory should look like. And if we are having a stepped approach or suggesting a stepped approach, whether that would be justified and what the figures would be, and if so, obviously, so what are the steps? And then clearly we can only consider that issue in the context of supply in the longer period and how it relates to a requirement, which will probably bring us, so I'll be looking at the 6-year plus position, and that will then probably bring us back full circle to the issue of the overall requirement and supply. So it's like a sort of a rather large circle, but hopefully some kind of logic in there. But I no doubt we'll have some, overlapping and slight tangents at that as we go through. But there's no other logical way unless somebody can come up with something better. Does that sound sort of logical to everybody? Good. Before I start, I also want to make one thing clear. From what I've understood, the data the council has submitted reflects what they think the situation should be following discussion stage. So you've taken on, but you've like incorporated what you were suggesting to me the changes should be. I think I said that was sensible. But again, just reiterating what I said before, this is not to say that I've accepted those points. I've got the original positions. I know what the plan says. This is, if you like, so it's not, again, it shouldn't be assumed that I've accepted these things, but at least it sort of takes the discussion on and is reflecting the discussions we had at stage 2. And obviously, if I come to a view that some of those points and some of those changes or positions are not justified, then we'll have to address those in the fullness of time. The second point is that I'm going to be basing my discussions on the second set of data the council sent through when they corrected their Matter 2 statement and their sort of interestingly entitled enclosure, which obviously wasn't an appendix because that had to go against the rules. That wasn't deliberate. Yeah, clearly not an appendix. The other thing, but what I asked for was alongside, well, I didn't ask for the corrections, they just go, but I did ask for a note on the 5-year supply to try and, I think the original Matter statement said there was a supply of 5.17 years, and I wanted to understand how it was broken down so we could have a sensible discussion about it, and a note has come with that. I just wanted to make sure has everybody had that note and got that note and been able to look at it if they want to. Good. So we're going to use that as the basis for that. Okay. So, that was it by way of preamble. Well, probably by way of preamble. So if we start with discussing of any big changes, what I call big changes that have occurred or being put forward, if you like, since stage 2 or as part of stage 2, and that effectively is my question 2.22. My reading of the data is that the overall supply, based on your current position, would be up to the 2041 would be 35,211, and that's based on the second spreadsheet. I think the first spreadsheet had it at 35,168, so 40 odd dwellings. I'm not going to 43 dwellings. I don't think we're going to be too be too worried about that. But just to confirm, it is 32,211, just 35,211. Sorry.
Yes, that's correct.
And that's an increase from the 34,710 as at submission. Again, that's what's in your note. So can you just briefly explain how the overall figure's gone up? Just so I understand the context, bearing in mind, obviously, there are some other changes within those figures where some numbers have gone down, for example.
Yeah, it's as a result of the changes. I think it's in N1.1 that we've set out and when we've applied those, and we've obviously had a discussion in the team since stage 2 hearings as well, just to review those sites. So it's as a result of those changes we set out in 1.1.
Okay, we might come on. We'll obviously come on to those changes. I think at some point when we get into some of the discussion on the 5-year supply, but also the 6 to 6 plus, and how you've got there. Obviously, again, just for setting, if you like, a guideline for today, we've had these discussions at stage 2. I don't necessarily want to go back in and have the whole overall discussion on some of these things again. But if there's something where I'm just obviously I need to be reminded, or B, it's changed, it's different to how I expected it or understood it, then obviously I might just pick it up. I will say, as a way of foreshadowing the 5-year supply discussion, clearly we had a lot of debate during stage 2 about sites, or a lot of debates, which as you acknowledged, I think a lot of sites were shifted from the 5 to 10 year category, which would have effectively been the 5-year supply, through to the 10+ year, which is outside that. But we didn't necessarily get into, because you were still working it out, what the start year was for a lot of those sites. So now I've seen that obviously the start year for a lot of those sites is year 6 from now, but obviously that becomes year 5 if by date of adoption, 26, 27, if that's the date of adoption. So they are part of the they would be part of the 5-year supply at the date of adoption. So we probably do need to pick up on those, because they've, if you like, they've moved forward into a new category, but they've actually effectively stayed in the 5-year supply. So that wasn't necessarily my understanding on some of them. So we may just need to touch on those to make sure I'm clear on the evidence. But that's foreshadowing. I'm jumping way ahead there, but just so it's in your mind.
Yes. So you'll have seen that just on that headline figure of supply, there's been a shift, and it's indicated in N1.1a, a shift in the numbers of some of those sites, increases that have led to that ultimate outturn.
Yeah, so we may come on to those. In terms of other big changes, so obviously changes which relate to notes, action notes you've sent in. So we've not had a chance to discuss these really in any great detail. One is the approach on Coliseum Retail Park. Now, obviously, depending on what I hear today, and to ensure fairness, it may be that while this discussion is primarily in the context of the housing land supply and so on, there are other proposals you put forward to me, if you like, about how you see the policy changing. We might touch on these now, but in interest of us, I may have to, on reflection, seek the views of those who were involved in those discussions. But I will consider that. But there are things we can usefully discuss. As I understand it, your suggestion is that the housing number that was about 1,500, give or take, wasn't it? I think 1,500 in the plan, near 1,600, is to be removed, and that the policy for the site would effectively be a design-led one. So there's no particular aspiration for an end use, but it would be saying, well, if we're ambivalent, I guess would be about what comes forward, but we want to see these features designed. It's a design-led approach. Can I just understand, though, for the purposes of, if you like, the housing supply figure, but also the bigger picture, I guess, and this might be something we do need to come back to at some point, but why is it not possible to include, well, two things. A, why would it not be possible or unsound to promote the site as a residential-led opportunity, like it is now? So at the moment it's a residential-led proposal. What's unsound about that, in principle, that would lead you to having to change that? And two, given that quite a lot of the sites in the plan, you've attributed a housing requirement figure or a housing figure based on your character of growth study or scenarios in studies which tell you what a suitable density might be, why can't you apply the same approach to this site?
Well, as you know, sir, there's an indication of why it is that we've got to the position we have with regard to Coliseum, and it's that lack of understanding of how the proposal is going to come forward that leads to the conclusion ultimately that it wouldn't be appropriate in the circumstances to provide any figures during the lifetime of the plan, simply because of the flux that the site is in. And whilst it's right that one can expect a design-led approach subject to a planning application, nevertheless that level of uncertainty that's led to the conclusion that it shouldn't be provided either within the developable or the deliverable category.
But in terms of the policy, if you look at just the policy front, why isn't the policy able to, well, let's go back to first. Why is it, sorry, I'll start again. At the moment, it's a residential-led mixed-use opportunity. you're now saying, well, you've got some uncertainty about the numbers because of the planning permission's fallen through, and there's still uncertainty about what might happen. But it's not just taking the number out or changing the number. You're wanting to shift to a kind of completely open approach. So I'm led to understand, well, yes, I can see there might be some uncertainty about the numbers. What I'm less clear about is why it's uncertain about why it can't be why the council isn't driving forward a residential-led mixed-use regeneration opportunity when the council is trying to, apparently, deliver as much brownfield housing land as it can. I mean, again, I had this discussion about some other sites. Isn't the point of this plan, or isn't the point of a plan, if I may play devil's advocate, to drive the vision for a site rather than just say, well, actually, do what you want? Because ultimately, there's no difference between the Coliseum Retail Park, it seems to me, on that basis, and quite a lot of the other allocations, other retail parks, where it's similarly uncertain, it seems to me, that there's any particular developer interest or developer activity. So, but you've still felt it able to allocate the site as residential-led mixed-use development with a number on it. I don't see why Coliseum Retail Parks are any more uncertain than those. Can you explain?
The uncertainty is not just about the numbers and how they're going to be delivered, but actually about the makeup of the development as a whole. You've seen the evidence around Coliseum and the extent to which there is a debate as to whether it should come forward in relation to an industrial proposal rather than a housing proposal. And on given that sort of level of uncertainty, it wouldn't be right in the circumstances to reach a conclusion one way or the other. And so it's that rationale. And that's the rationale that we've adopted. So as to whether that convinces you that it is sufficient in the circumstances is obviously a matter for your consideration. But as I say, there's a distinction to be drawn between the flux that we see on Coliseum in comparison to the other sites.
I suppose I'm still pondering what's driving the uncertainty? Is it the landowner that's driving uncertainty about their intentions, or is it some physical issue or viability issue or something else, or is it purely the landowner has, drifted away from their planning application, doesn't want to do that, and is still uncertain about what they want to do, rather than the physical ability to deliver a number of houses on that site?
The position has been set out in the note on the retail park that it was provided as at 19th of September. And that explains. Give me some. That explains the changes that have occurred since the start of the process, where we got to with regard to the promoter and the concerns that have been raised by the council as a result of those changes and observations by the promoter, and that's led to the concern around the appropriateness of putting it forward for any particular form of development.
Well, can I just be clear, and sorry to labour this point, does the council no longer consider the site to be suitable for residential-led mixed-use regeneration opportunity, or is it that the council doesn't believe, or the council is effectively waiting to see what the site promoter wants to do?
It's less. So can I posit it like this? That it's not that the authority is saying that it's inappropriate for the purposes of residential development in part, as part of a promoted use that ultimately had planning permission at an earlier stage. So the council's position is reflected in that. And it's more about the, and this is not the promoter, us waiting to see what the promoter does, but more anticipating what ultimately would be developable in the future as a matter of principle, coupled with the promoter's promotion of the site. So ultimately, we are having to respond to what is capable of coming forward. And we'll do that. But you'll have seen that part of the reason why there was a change of approach on the part of the promoter was as a result of the viability issues that existed in respect to the site. And it's that establishes a difference, or is a difference between the idea that all we're doing is waiting for whatever a promoter might want to do on a site, making it promoter-led, and the current situation, which is that we have to acknowledge the reality of that position. So that's the nature of the flux that we're in, and trying to accommodate it as a matter of principle. But it would be wrong in the circumstances simply to put in a figure that ultimately either doesn't come forward at all, or that may be an entirely different figure from that which does come forward.
Well, that's debatable. There's plenty of figures in those in the plan, which I would say have been based on an assumption about all things being equal, this is the kind of densities we might be able to deliver on this site when we compare it to other sites. There's no sort of planning application or scheme in place for a lot of these. So I'm not sure it differs there. And of course, there's always the opportunity for a developer to put forward an application which differs to the local plan and, and make a case, Section 38(6) and all that. So, the purpose of the plan, obviously in this case, is to identify as submitted, the purpose was to allocate a site for a certain mix of uses, a certain scale of development, which fed into a vision for the placemaking area as a whole. So what's happened? Yes, there's been a change in circumstance. The planning permission's fallen away. Admittedly, obviously, things changing on the ground, things changing in the world. That's always the case. If it's not viable to deliver that form of development here, does that then call into question, in principle, some of the other assumptions you've made, and we'll come on to these, I guess, some assumptions made about delivery for other similar sites?
No is the answer. This is a specific issue that's arisen in the light of the fact that there's a direct indication on the part of the promoter, and you'll have seen it, 3.3 in the note, that there's the prospect of an alternative industrial use for all or part of the site. And it's that has led this particular developer to take that approach. And in circumstances where it's not simply a matter of, well, what are the numbers and what's the balance of uses on a site, but actually whether or not you're even going to have the delivery of housing. It's in those circumstances that the approach has been adopted that it has. I think Mr.
Just briefly, sir, in terms of the, I think, previous discussions at hearing sessions, the landowner has confirmed, or sorry, the agent acting on behalf of the landowner has confirmed that he had no instructions from the client at this stage to progress anything on the site at this time. And that's our understanding as well from the discussions that we've had separately with the agent for the site. So I suppose put it this way, it's a positive uncertainty in that it's been confirmed via discussions.
So again, but how does that differ to, you've allocated quite a few retail parks and retail developments. From the discussions we had, they were mostly put forward through the call for sites. Colosseum Retail Park had a permission, so that was obviously a different animal. Understand why that went forward on that basis. The other sites have been put forward call for sites, but as far as I can tell, quite a lot of them, there's no reason they've been pushed forward, if you like, or pushed back in delivery terms, is because there isn't a planned application, there's no ongoing discussions with the landowner or site promoters. It's an opportunity, but there's no certainty about its delivery, certainly in the short term. So again, I suppose I come back to, how does this differ? And just on terms of the land, yes, the site promoter might have put forward the possibility of an alternative industrial use, but again, site promoters can put forward what they want to a local plan examination or a local plan consultation, can't they? It's for the council to decide what they want to see on a site or happy to see on a site. So has the council decided that it's actually quite content to see industrial land development on that site and isn't concerned at all about housing? Or is it, again, I sat here, we all sat here and we heard site promoters saying, well, say we don't like what the council said about our site, we want more housing or less housing or more this. Ultimately, and the council was saying, well, no, this is what we want to see on this site. So I'm still sort of searching for why in this instance, it's very much based on, we're going to wait and see what the developer wants to do and the site promoter wants to do, rather than actually, we're going to try and drive what we want to see on this site. So I'm trying to understand, how have you concluded that actually, well, actually, if they're going forward with industry, we're quite okay with that.
Distinction insofar as, in respect of Colosseum, there is a positive indication by the promoter of the problems associated with it, which has led to the conclusion as to whether it should come forward for residential as opposed to industrial or something else, or nothing else. And that's to be distinguished from a situation where there is a promotion of a site under a call for sites, indicating its ability to come forward, and there's nothing to indicate that it won't come forward. And it's right in the circumstances to reach the conclusion that it's appropriate that those other sites are deliverable in the absence of an indication by the promoter that they aren't capable of coming forward. So one could, from one perspective, say, well, it's necessary in the circumstances to test the viability of each and every site, but that's an improbable approach and not one dictated by the PPG or the NPPF. There needs to be sufficient, as a matter of judgment, to indicate the deliverability of the site on a viability basis as necessary. And that's been done. And that's what distinguishes those sites from this site, where, as I say, there's a positive indication to the contrary. Because, of course, it's very often that one doesn't see developers saying anything other in an examination than that they want more on the site rather than less. It's somewhat an odd situation to find in an urban site, this sort of conclusion, but it's nevertheless been assessed and the judgment has been reached. That's the point of distinction, sir.
Okay, I won't labour that anymore. It may be something we have to return to at some point. The other changes that were in the note, or in various notes, I sometimes lose track of where they are, was Meridian Water, and I think that came on the back of there being some, it was raised during the session that there were some plots or parcels within that where the capacity hadn't been identified. Could you just quickly sum that up for me, so I've got a proper note of it? And some of it's identified, so there's an additional number, some of which is likely to come forward, you think, after the end of the plan period, and some during the plan period. But is it overall run to about an extra 600 or so?
Yes. Could you just give me a moment? I don't know whether Mr. Holmes wants to add anything at this stage on Meridian. Mr. Holmes, do you want to say anything on that?
Obviously, the note that was prepared, we've incorporated those figures into the trajectory, but I haven't done anything else apart from that.
So that's on, so SA 5.1, I think, increases the capacity by 667 overall, with 418 of those in the plan period. And then on the back of the discussions about IKEA, 5.3, there's a suggestion that should increase to 1,750. And I remember that's something I remember that discussion, so that's just reflecting. And I think you'll notice they're talking about why you've not gone higher than that, according to what IKEA wanted to do. So that's just, we may see if any comments on those figures as we go through. But okay, I'll leave that there. Is there any? Sorry.
Well, I was going to say on the other Meridian Water increases. If I may, at an appropriate time, I'll just take some instructions on that. So I've just got an answer for you on the increase from the 957 to 1127, as aside from the IKEA side. Because that's the other increase, I think, that you're referring to. If I may, I'll come back to you on that. I think I know the answer, but rather than say it.
Okay, thanks. And then I was going to ask, other than, obviously, there were things we discussed during stage 2, and I understand most of those. As far as you're aware, are there any other significant changes that you've made when you've been coming up with your IN 1.1 document, or working out these things, where, if you like, they didn't reflect the discussions, and you've sort of reassessed something that I'm not necessarily aware of? Can you point anything out? Is there anything? Nothing has necessarily jumped out at me, but I want to make sure I've not missed anything.
There's been obviously a couple of applications where we've had development on those sites. Obviously, has been reflective as well since the stage 2 discussions. That's probably the only update that we've got in there to hand, I can think, at the moment. But obviously, if there's anything else, I'll check. But yeah.
Do you know what allocations they refer to before?
One sec. Just for example, like Herb 10, the Alma estate where we had 225, that's now dropped down to 127 net. Herb 10, that's just one example. We've had some completions on that in the 24-25 period. I can't find the one. Oh yeah, Herb 09 as well as another one above where we had 129, and that's dropped down to 46.
Okay, yeah, I had a note on the Herb 09 going down to 46. I didn't have a note on Herb 10 actually. That's one of the things I've scribbled here. That it says Herb 10's gone down. My note in my hearing notes, which may or may not be 100% accurate, but had that the capacity should be 198. I think it was based on what, but it has gone down to 127. So that's based on an application that's come in since. So.
Yeah, I'll just have to confirm that just a second. But yeah, I'll just confirm that one second.
Just a couple more then while you're making your note. Herb 13 has gone down from gone down from 199 to 113, but I don't have any note about the change in capacity there, so I just wondered about that one. And Herb 12, I had a note saying the capacity should be 148, but it's been kept at 92. So perhaps those two you could just come back to me on. The other one, I just wanted to double check one thing actually while I think about it. Herb 1, which is the subject, obviously a note. You originally came to me in stage 2 to tell me that you thought the site should be deleted. And then the next day you said, well, we're not sure about it actually, we want to do a note on it. I note that it's still in the supply as being down for 225. So you've obviously taken the view you're not taking it out yet. But IN 1.1 suggests that there's been a change from 532 dwellings on this site down to 225. I just wanted to check what that meant, because the allocation in policy H1 is for 225, and in the site pro forma it was always 225. So I wondered where the just for, again, so I'm not missing anything, where the 532 came from.
Again, that's just discussions we've had as a team since then, but obviously we can provide that further clarification and not justification, but as our discussions we've had since the stage 2 hearings, the increasing numbers. But yeah,
Well, I say it's gone down. It's gone.
sorry, no,
that's
sorry,
the thing. What I don't make, because it's according to your schedule, it's gone down from 532 to 225, but it was always 225. So I just wondered where the 532 had come from.
Remember typo on there. So yeah, sorry.
Okay. Right. Okay. Well, if you perhaps come back to me on those.
Yes, we'll confirm on ERB1 just to make sure that
Yeah.
it is just a typo rather than it being a figure that ultimately is.
I mean, it doesn't actually, if it's 225, it doesn't affect anything, but I always like to make sure I understand things that jump out at me.
Yes, absolutely.
So come back to some questions on that, perhaps after the break. Before we move on to the, as I say, we're going round a bit, and we'll pick things up, and we'll probably come back to things, and but that's sort of all I've got to say on, like, if you like, the big change that I've made. Then we'll move on to 2029 issue. But I'll open, is there any comments on anything there? As I say, I don't want to get into the merits of sites or anything else, just purely about the figures, really. So, Mr. Byrne first.
Thank you, sir. Just on that Brimsdown ERB 1 figure, the 532 comes from the original Heller. That's what it was originally, and then it went down to 232 in the plan, but that's where that figure comes from. That was the figure we were arguing for during the stage 2 hearings. In terms of ERB 10, which is the Alma estate, it was in the plan at 127. It now says it's gone down from 225 to 127. But my memory of the discussions were that the figure should have been going up because there's a new application on that site. And there was also some discussion about where the demolitions have been counted.
Well, just sorry, because my note said 198. So
Yeah.
I don't know how that relates to the original, but as my note said, the capacity was not 198. So.
It certainly went up due to a recent planning application, and I thought the discussion was that the council would come back and confirm the impact, but it would go up, the figure, rather than go down. Is now the time to talk about Meridian Water, the Renew sites, or does that come?
Well, you could talk about the note, I suppose, but the LBA enclosure 2, Meridian Water, those figures. I will just say now, and I can't remember if it's a discussion we're having today or about E12 and your statement. A lot of your statement isn't related to that question, and it's like you've tried to have a second bite at the cherry at things which weren't asked, so we won't dwell on that now. But it may well be we're not going to talk about things you have raised. They've already been talked about. So I don't want to necessarily get back into the discussion about merits and everything. The outcome of the discussion at stage 2 was, I think you raised it, there were some plots where the council hadn't identified any housing. They accepted that. We're going to go away and come up with a number. They come up with a number. So if we focus on that rather than any merit issues.
Understood, sir. Thank you. I guess then the only 2 points to raise, or potentially 3, are one, why there is the deferral to some outside of the planned period, and how that is justified, given the meanwhile plots have got quite a limited time span in terms of their, which is almost over, I think, for one of them, in terms of their application, and whether they could not come forward sooner in terms of being a bit more optimistic and planning positively to deliver those brownfield sites. particularly as it would mean that particular site would be under development for a very, very long time, which would probably not be fantastic in terms of the saleability of the units there. The other issue is the figures were identified using a dwelling per hectare estimate of 427 dwellings per hectare, which does bring back, I mean, that is higher than, for example, Meridian 13 SA 5.5. So I wondered whether that was justified, or perhaps whether SA 5.5 isn't justified in the light of that finding. There was something else.
That's planning positively, clearly.
Well, yeah.
There's a tendency to want, give with one hand and take away the other. It's not positive enough, and now that's too positive.
Well, it is. I think the point is that, if I could maybe be a bit clever, I think that it is that Meridian 13 is not positive enough, and this is confirming that. The other issue here, I think that we discussed during stage 2.
Sorry, Mr. Bill, I was keep interrupting you, but Meridian 13, because obviously I need to relate things back to policy.
SA 5.5. My apologies.
Thank you.
I mean, to give you, it's not a small difference. To give you the extent of the difference, it's 362 now. If it followed the same sort of densities, it would be 717. I'm not suggesting it should be 717, but I'm suggesting there's quite a big gap between those two things. In terms of just the other sites, I think there was one other action which could actually impact the supply of housing, which was there was some discussion about how many schools and where the schools were in the previous applications, and therefore what land there would be left, and also the discussions around the Tesco IKEA site in terms of the overlap, which again raises the questions about, which comes back into when we're looking at the trajectory and the deliverability, what is actually possible to be delivered on those sites. The only thing as well I'd say about Coliseum Park in regard to the approach said for Meridian Water, when we discussed that Tesco had been very quiet in terms of its delivery at Meridian Water, the response was we will, I'm sorry, I'm paraphrasing, but we will CPO if we have to in order to deliver the vision. And that to us sounds at odds with what the council is now saying it would do for Coliseum Park, which it would seem to me to plan positively, they would follow a similar approach. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. If the council, when they come to respond to this, could put their minds to the question of particularly what you think about I suppose we'll phrase it as, or term it in the context of, is your assumption about 427 dwellings per hectare for Meridian Water justified? You might want to think about whether if it is, what implications does that have for your other assumptions? But again, I'm loath to get back into stage 2 too much. But I think this does open up, but in fairness, this opens up a new avenue, I suppose. It is a new issue. And then just why you've decided some of those meanwhile uses are going to mean development takes place after the plan period. Address all the points you want to, but I want an answer on those two, definitely. Mr. West.
Thank you, sir. Thank you also for raising Coliseum Retail Park and the housing figures relating to that. I do recall the council gave Coliseum Retail Park full planning consent for stage 1, outline planning consent for stage 2, so it was fairly advanced in many discussions. The reason the council put forward for supporting it was obviously it's immediately adjacent to an overground station, so public transport links are good. And across the road, across the A10, it's got the open space of King George V playing fields. It's difficult to think of a brownfield site in the borough that is more appropriate for housing. So it's disappointing to see that they're rather washing their hands of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Pavlou?
Mr. Pavlou, yes. Thank you, sir. Again, relates to the Coliseum Retail Park. The council have allocated 4 or 5 sites right adjoining the Coliseum Retail Park, all going for residential. This is the only one that's actually got a planning permission for 1,587 units. To now suddenly give this up and all the placemaking that is required around it, and to have nothing but carry on supporting the other schemes, sites around it, just doesn't make sense. Surely the local plan is the place to allocate that site for the use the council wants to see, which I can only assume is still residential, although you never really got that answer back when you asked your question. They keep coming up with viability and the landowner says it's not viable, but the current permission has got 35% affordable housing. If it went down to 25%, would they then support it and bring it forward? Which they are allowed to do if they can justifiably say it's only viable at 10 or 15% or 0% affordable, then it would come forward. Just saying it's not viable as is and taking it out of the plan just doesn't make any sense to us. You then sort of, the problem they have got that, and in arguing that viability case, the council are diminishing their case on the rest of the sites, because it could quite easily be argued then, if this isn't viable, what about the 5 or 6 other sites? Are they viable or not? So they really are digging a hole if you try and go down that route as well, which is not something we want to do either. So our view is it should be allocated, whether you allocate for 1587 or whether you say it's 500 or 1,000 units as a minimum in the policy, I think that would be more than reasonable. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I mean, obviously, we're in slightly difficult waters here about this, because obviously it's something new that's been introduced, and so how it relates to Regulation 19 representations and how this, so I'm leaving a little bit of leeway here, because we're talking about the supply figures, but yeah, as I say, this might be something I have to come back on, and we might pick up these up. Obviously, these points are made now. You wouldn't, if I did have a session, you wouldn't need to come back and make those points again. They're made, but it may be that I have to open it slightly wider. Councillor Smith, thank you.
There is a wider policy issue, which I'm sure everyone's aware of, in that housing in London in particular has almost come to a halt now for viability reasons primarily. One of those aspects is the level of affordability, and no doubt the government and the mayor and so on are reconsidering their view on the appropriate level of viability that would be needed to sort of get development, residential development going again. I mention that because that must be relevant to the whole Colosseum issue. If, for example, it was decided, and I know we don't have any idea what will happen, but it may be possible in the near future that if the affordability percentage was reduced, that the Colosseum site would become more attractive to the landowner for residential development. And in some way or other, that perhaps needs to be taken into account in these deliberations.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll hand over to the council to respond to those points, but when you can.
So yes, I want to really focus on the 2 questions that you wanted to understand: the meanwhile uses and their developability or deliverability as sites, and the 427 dwellings per hectare. I'll deal with that latter point first, so which really comes back to the appropriate levels of development that can take place on one or more of the Meridian sites. And we dealt with this at stage 2, explaining our position as to why it was that we considered that as a matter of design, it was appropriate to set it at the level that we had. And we can certainly go back over that series of issues. And so if you'd like to do that, I think that we need to get other officers here to go through that process. But the headline result is this, that we're content that we've explained fully why it is that we think that as a matter of proper design, and I say not just in these examinations but on the evidence base as well, why it is that we think that Meridian Water's identified capacity is the right one. So that one can point to, of course, some sites within Meridian Water and say, well, it should be higher than has been identified. Of course one can do that, but it is a matter of then going back to where we were, and we've indicated why it is that we think that we've got it right.
Yeah, I don't want to get into that debate. I've got views, I've got the discussions we had. I'm more than capable of hope of coming to a view on what I've heard. And if I need any more information or need to come back with actions, then I'll do so. I think that's so. Your position is noted. Your position is noted. I've been to the site. I may even go again. Who knows? And to contemplate these things. So yeah,
that's the first point. So the meanwhile uses point I can deal with very briefly. Of course, the meanwhile uses. You remember, of course, in the earlier discussions at stage 2, that there were a number of particular uses that had their place within the Meridian sites. There was the training centre, there was an open space as another form of meanwhile use, as 2 examples. And the judgment was reached that there was the ability ultimately for those to come forward, but only to come forward at a certain point in time. And that's the judgment that's been reached in terms of when they're capable of coming forward. Again, so one can, of course, stop altering the trajectory, but ultimately, so when one's looking at the question as to whether or not we have a sound approach, as you know, there's already a significant deficit from a 5-year supply perspective, a significant deficit, and shifting some of those sites' numbers is something that ultimately isn't going to alter the main picture that we're having to grapple with, which is not being able to achieve the London Plan target in H1. So that's our response.
okay. Yeah, okay. I'll leave that there. I think it amounts to 250 different post-plan period. I've got the arguments. I can determine whether or not I agree with it. Obviously, if some of this, and one thing I've got to question later actually, because it's in this sort of post 5-year supply 2029 period. We're going to talk about, and I've talked about this before, but we've got new data. The ramp up, and Meridian Water I think is a good example of testing whether that ramp up is realistic and justified, because it goes from sort of 100 a year, whatever it is now, to like 600 a year at one point. So obviously, if you then put more in to the back end, then that number to deliver that level, obviously that's got to go up even more. So I think it'll all be part of that wider discussion about whether this ramp up is actually likely or not. But I've got to say I've got the view, so thank you for that. And I think the points that are made about Colosseum Retail Park I will take. I mean, they are picking up points I think I've raised in about viability and so on. So I think I've got those, unless there's anything you particularly want to respond to. There is a point actually, and it is a question I was going to ask and I didn't, whether or not the, if you like, change in approach that you're suggesting for Colosseum Retail could have any effect on the overall delivery, the placemaking vision for that area, because it was a fundamental part of it. Now it might change. Does that have any knock-on for the rest of the PL2?
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Could you just repeat that question?
Well, Colosseum Retail Park, obviously, you said one of the reasons you want to keep it in the plan
Yes.
is because it's part of the wider vision for that
Yes.
placemaking area. It is PL2, isn't it? So obviously, if you then change, alter that allocation to how you want to allocate it, and it was suggested that obviously it has a knock-on there. You've got all these other residential sites around it. Does it have any? I suppose my question was, does it have any knock-on for the rest of the vision for PL2, or that's the question. Does it have a knock-on?
No, sir, is the answer, because the way we've sought to address it is by, as you say, leaving the matter essentially open, with, of course, the hope that there will be something that comes forward. But there are a number of sites within that vicinity, the vicinity of that junction, that are capable of, and they're of a scale that they're capable in totality of providing the vision that is set out. And it isn't to be said, and I think this can deal perhaps in passing with Mr. Pavley's point, that that this is this is a site that is a marker of the unviability of other locations. For the reasons that I set out before, there's nothing to indicate that those aren't viable. but the scale of the scale of the other sites is such that one can maintain the plan making vision.
Okay, thank you. Right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to break slightly earlier, I think, than I said, because I think there's a few just wrapping up points you want to perhaps think about, and rather than move on to the 2029 issue and get halfway through that and stop, we'll take a break now for 20 minutes, if that's long enough for you to... So come back at 11:05. We'll just pick up anything, you know, the odds and ends. So I've got a note of those, and then we'll move on to the 2029 issue. So yeah, come back at 11:05. Thank you. We'll make a start. Before we move on to 2020, is there some things you want to just run me through? Any, say, odds and ends? Thank you.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much. So thank you. Yes. Can I just have one moment, please? Just to check one thing. The first I'll deal with is the position in relation to ERB 09 and the reduction down to 46 is due to the second staircase issue. Then ERB 12, that again, that reduction is also due to a second staircase point. Then, forgive me, sir, on the position on ERB 10, my computer just found this is the right moment to crash on me, which is why I'm stalling for time. So could you just bear with me while
These things happen.
It does.
While you're doing that, though, just on ERB 12,
Yes.
Mr. Holmes can think about this. My note was that it's not gone down. It was 92 in the plan. It was 92 in your schedule. But I had a note from the Stage 2 session that it should have gone up to 148.
So as I understand it, that was the planning permission that was granted, but then the council's position was because of the staircase situation, it's been reduced down to 92. That's as I understand it. Thank you for that. Yes, and then on the Alma estate and the reduction, that reduction I hope I'm going to be right about this, that is indicating that the number to be delivered, but actually we accept that there needs to be an increase in Alma, so that it identifies 325 rather than the 127.
Okay, that's interesting. So going back to my note, it should have gone to 198 rather than 127. So I don't know where the 325's come from.
Maybe I think I've just misled you, sir. Yeah, the 325, and it should be 198 because of the amount of completions that have occurred.
Yeah, 198 is the addition.
So that
198 is the net.
is the net. And so, yes, that's the position. And then, can I just make clear one matter that I may not have made clear, just in order to deal with other suggestions from the other side of the room, that around the Colosseum site, that, if I wasn't clear, that the council is of the view that it's capable of coming forward for residential, as the note makes clear. And so the council isn't shutting its mind to the potential for it to come forward.
Okay, thanks. The only one I had, sorry, which was another query, is that URB 13, where it's gone down from 199 to 113. Is that?
Yes, I can't come back to you as yet on the reason for that.
Okay.
But investigations are underway.
Okay.
Censor, I've made sure that investigations are underway. So.
80 dwellings here or there is not, but it's. I need to understand everything, so there's no.
I'll temper my language in there.
That's fine. Right, I'm going to move on then to. There's a couple of actions there. Obviously, one is about 13, and obviously, if at some point, and I'm sure this might happen, there'll be an action to obviously update the trajectory at some point. And if URB 10 obviously reflects what it should, then that's fine. But it may well be that the trajectory obviously needs to go in the plan, which doesn't have all the individual sites, but it will be reflected on individual sites. And so I'll probably wait until I come back with, if I've got any feedback on these numbers once we've talked about them. Anyway, so I'll move on to the 2029 issue, which is analogous to my question 2.23, which is what the position would be at 2029 and how that relates to the London plan. I suppose the other question is whether it's how important this figure is, because of what the London plan says, and whether it's an academic issue or not. But the evidence provided indicates that you now expect to deliver 8,723 dwellings by 2029, which equates to around 70% of what the London plan expects, which is 12,460. That is a reduction from the 9,345 dwellings referred to at stage 2, so lost about another 700 or so. So we have a consistently worsening position as we've gone through the process. Obviously, time has moved on. Obviously, during stage 2, the delivery of quite a few sites, fair to say, was pushed back. I've still got to come to a view on that, but in the main, there were sort of acknowledgements, I suppose, that they weren't necessarily sufficient evidence to say they were deliverable at this point, and so they would be pushed back beyond 2029 at least. And that may well account for most of the 700. But are there any other factors that are in play? Is it purely just pushing these sites back? Is there anything else though that's sort of precipitating this sort of worsening position over time?
No, largely it's the pushing back. You'll have seen that in the trajectory figures, and it's only those sites, some of which we've just talked about, that have had a reduction in the anticipated delivery, that have contributed to that, albeit balanced to the extent that they are by the other increases that are also noted. But that's the reason. So what I think we'll do in terms of the components of that, we'll deal with that through the 5-year supply, because it's largely the same, and then we can pick up those components later. I don't want to go into that and then go over it again. But obviously we're in a position, therefore, where if the local plan, however it reflects this issue, it would be failing to meet the 12,460 indicated by the London plan. We've talked about general conformity and this before. We talked about the principle of it at stage 2. Maybe you've nothing you want to add, but can I just check one thing though? Before you sort of come back on the general principle, I say maybe you just refer me to what you said before, but at paragraph 11 of your hearing statement,
it says that the London Plan Policy H1 only requires you to include a target in the plan, not achieve it. Well, I don't suppose you could say achieve it because it's sort of out of your control. But, so, just to be sure, does that mean you're suggesting that the plan will still, or will, identify a target of 12,460 by 2029? Or is that, have I misunderstood that?
There's no intention to do that. It's the point actually Mr. Burns raised, which is that H1 of the London Plan says in terms the plans shall identify the target. And I take Mr. Burns' point on that. That's what it says. Query whether it means that you just have to make a reference to it or something else. If it's just a reference, we don't mind putting that into the plan as part of the overall objective of seeking to achieve that figure. No difficulty with taking that sort of stance, and again, to take Mr. Burns' point that would at least drive further an attempt to achieve what we want to achieve. But that's not the same as how we calculated the supply, the satisfaction of the 5-year supply.
I was going to say, because that was my logical thing, is if you were saying, well, actually, we're going to do that, if you like taking Mr. Burns' suggestion, I know that they came from two different ways of this, but obviously that's logical. Well, how does that, if your requirement to 2029 is 12,460 in a policy, then that obviously influences everything else, and it would make the step or rather pointless, wouldn't it? So I assumed that wasn't the case, but I wasn't quite sure how that stacked up with what your paragraph 11 was saying. Yeah, okay.
Yes, no, it would it certainly wasn't our intention that they should.
So you're saying, again, for me to consider, the plan could still, in theory, refer to what the London Plan says. All things being equal, wouldn't it be great if we could deliver that? But our expectation is, and our requirement would be whatever it might flow out, assuming that it was in general conformity and legally compliant and so on and so forth. So, okay, fine. Okay, and then just again, so just in case there's anything to be said, anything is we've probably discussed this before, and we may do so again in different contexts, 5-year supply, overall supply requirement and so on. But are there any realistic avenues open to the council to seek to increase delivery between now and 2029 to get closer to that figure, shall we say?
No, we think not. The council has done what it can to identify the locations that are capable of being optimised. And so from the council's perspective as to what it can do, I identify as much as possible that is consistent with proper design, capable of coming forward on a site. It's achieved that objective. It can't do more than that. The only other question is whether or not there's anything else that can help with delivery, and that's not something that the council can directly influence beyond what it has sought to do, and that is, of course, incorporate, for example, a viability tested affordable housing contribution. So we've done what we can, in short. The only alternative, and this comes back to the question of general conformity, would be ultimately the release of greenbelt parcels on a small scale to deliver quickly land within its environment. And the council believes that that isn't the right approach to the delivery of a sound plan here. It would be unsustainable, in short.
And the reality of that is, if I was to say to you, okay, and this again could count for the 5-year supply description I might have, is, and it's an option, obviously, has been set in other plans. There'll be identify more sites for allocation. But so going back to the stage 2 discussion we've had about delivery, is it likely that if I was to say, as of now, go away and do a process, and you say if the process means a additional greenbelt release and what all that entails, and so on and so forth, is it, irrespective of the rights and wrongs of that in terms of sustainable plan and everything else, would actually it deliver anything substantive before 2029. Or if we're looking at the 5-year supply, let's just, or 2031 if it's the 5-year supply.
But so there's of course the ability for some sites to be accelerated. That may happen in the event that that there is the identification of sites. But as to whether ultimately it will change things sufficiently to achieve a 5-year supply within the appropriate time, that's an entirely different question. And you've seen the scale of what is needed to be delivered in 5 years in order to meet the London Plan requirements. So it's highly doubtful that that would be an appropriate approach.
And say we may come back to this, but how does the figure of 87, if that's the figure, 8723, and if I were to accept that figure, or a figure less than 12,460, and I'm coming back to I'm trying to build a picture of what the trajectory, because as I say, you've proposed this step trajectory in H1 now, and through stage 2 discussions and stage 3 papers and so on, you've obviously said, well, these things will have to change to reflect what the reality is on the ground. But I think I'm right in saying none of your stage 3 answers actually tell me what you now think the step trajectory should be. Now, it might be that that's not something you can answer today, and it may be something that has to be looked at once I've come to a view. But would the logic obviously be that you'd be looking at obviously delivering 8723 would be, or there or thereabouts, would be the figure up to 2029, shall we say? So it would be whatever that is, annualised. And then, well, sorry, it wouldn't be 8723, because obviously that's taking out completion. But the residual from what's not completed, haven't done the maths on that, is that how you would see it working, at least? If I'm trying to think of the stages, so there'd be a step that takes you to 2029, and it would be delivering the residual to get to 8723, and then we'll look at the other steps. Is that?
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, that's how it would work. You're right that there hasn't been the identification of a series of steps at particular points that need to be then used to base the further requirements in the supply against it. The figures are there within the trajectory itself. It's a matter then of producing steps as appropriate.
Sorry, I'm just going to do some maths. 8, 7, 2, 3 minus. So basic, very quick maths. I think the residual is 3,816 between now and 2029. I think when you take completions out of the equation, and then we'll have to look. Yeah. So and some of that will obviously be under construction and so on. So yeah. So that would be divided by. About 1,200 a year. How many years?
So I can help with one point in terms of the step. I say that we haven't identified it. One can see it in the trajectory in at least in detailed terms. Insofar as if so, you look at the housing target per annum line under the total and the cumulative supply, you'll see we have the 927 figure, and then that then steps up, albeit on over 1 year, to 1063, and then 2162. And then that follows on throughout the period. So that's the step at that point.
Okay, well, yeah, because I think, but the 927, and we'll come on to this, that's being used as a basis for part of the 5-year supply. albeit obviously then it jumps up because the 5-year supply straddles two areas now. But I got the impression from your high 5-year supply note that actually 927 would no longer be an appropriate figure because you wouldn't have a 5-year supply if you adopted it. But we'll come on to that. let's not get ahead of ourselves. The sort of general point then, again, you might just, I know we've talked about this before in principle, and I know in the last session, stage 2, you did point me to, and I asked for some information on other boroughs which have adopted plans where they've been below the London Plan 10-year requirement. And so I've got those examples. And you've obviously already set out how you consider the plan would be in general conformity with the London Plan. I think the basis is largely that, well, yes, we can't deliver the 10-year, the 12,460, but we'll be delivering what the London Plan expects of us by 2031. I think the answer is there. So another year or two on from that. So yes, it's later than expected, but we're still delivering what the London Plan requires and beyond, which is what the London Plan expects, and therefore, while not in the letter of the policy, we're still in the spirit of the policy. Is there anything, is that an accurate summary? Have I missed anything? But is there anything else you want to add to that?
No, so that is accurate insofar as we are in overall terms delivering that which is required. The other point to make, when one's focusing purely on the 5-year housing land supply issue and the degree to which we either meet the target or not meet the target, as we've set out in the note, it is specified as a target, and that is relevant for considering whether, in overall terms, there's compliance or rather conformity between our approach and the London Plan. And the way in which it's phrased is specific and intentional, we'd suggest. But there's another point, which is that the way in which we have set down our 5-year housing land supply methodology is by incorporating a requirement that's largely based on supply. And the conformity that we've adopted is actually an inherent conformity with the methodology of the London Plan, because the 10-year target was itself a supply-based target. It's what was anticipated to come forward. So the adoption of a similar approach, rather than the 5-year housing land supply, if the reality is that one can't actually meet the terms of the target, is something that's in conformity with or marches along in the same direction as the London Plan itself. And the other point to make about the nature of the London Plan target is that it was based at or was judged at a time that was pre-COVID and the consequences of COVID. And if one's looking at the achievement of the 5-year target in the context of a post-COVID situation, one can see that, and certainly in terms of the numbers, straight after and during COVID, a number of deliveries, that the council is effectively playing catch-up from what was an unanticipated situation.
Thank you.
For those reasons, it's in general conformity. There is the point, of course, about the GLA. I haven't.
Yes, I was going to come on to that. Is that I did ask, in an ideal world, I think I asked it would be useful to have, when we came back to this, to have the GLA's position on it. Just hoping, I suppose, for an updated statement of common ground. Not had one, and I think your statement, a bit disappointingly, said you were still talking to them. So
yes, we are.
It's a bit because
I think the difficulty
there's been plenty of time.
Yes, it's the difficulty is that the GLA is having to respond to a lot of different plans at the moment, and that has prevented us getting an answer. We have been in discussions with them, and it's hopeful that there will be an answer within a reasonably short time scale. It's difficult for me say when that's going to be, unfortunately. So at the moment, all I can say is that we've had those discussions and we're hopeful to get something.
Okay. I mean, it's probably maybe unfair to ask whether those discussions have been along the lines of, that you expect. I mean, obviously, GLA's views are not necessarily determined if it decides. It's my decision, but ultimately it'd be useful to know what they do think of this and whether they've given you any indication, albeit maybe it's unfair to ask that until you've got a agreed position.
Yes, I don't think I'd be in a position to be able to say what the GLA is thinking at the moment.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. And again, I've probably asked this question before, but I'll ask it again just for completeness. If one of the consequences, obviously, if I were to conclude, and it goes back, I think, to the point I've just raised about, and there might be maybe nothing more to add, about what can be done. You've suggested practically nothing can be done that would be effective. So if the only outcome of that was that, well, I don't believe that means you're not in general conformity, then the only logical conclusion is that the plan can't go any further, and that's it.
Well, it would mean that there is a conclusion that the plan is, or it hasn't met one of the legal requirements. So I'd need to. I think the answer is that you're right. That if it didn't meet one of the requirements, the legal requirements, that you would, on that basis, have to recommend that it isn't adopted. But I would just like, if I could, to take a few moments. But that would be that's the logical conclusion, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
So, as I say, I'll come back to you if there's some other advice that I can provide to you.
I mean, there's a question about how that fits into other regulations relating and other expectations about having a plan and so on and so forth.
It's quite so. Well, all I wanted to check was whether it's a binary conclusion in the same way that a failure of the DTC would be a binary conclusion with regard to the ability to go forward. I mean,
you could in theory fix it if it was fixable, but if it meant trying to find 3,500 dwellings that would be deliverable in the next 3 years, that would be. I don't think I'm going to be saying anything out of order for that. That'd be a challenge, wouldn't it? So.
Yes, it would be a challenge. The fixable, yes, but you've highlighted, of course, the essential reason as to why it wouldn't be a question of general conformity, or why it is that they are in conformity with each other.
And that would also be in the obviously the other question I would have to ask myself is again just thinking out loud is the Pennycook letter of timings and so on, notwithstanding the more recent Pennycook letter.
That's right, we have the reintroduction, I think it's fair to say, we have the reintroduction of pragmatism.
Yeah.
But yes, you're right. There would be the paradox, of course, that if you found that it was out of general conformity such that there was no plan, it would lead to a less sustainable position than reaching the conclusion that it was in general conformity.
Quite, yeah, indeed. Okay, thank you for that. Any comments on those issues, Mr. Byrne? I was saying, I want to get into the nitty-gritty of the components when we get onto 5-year supply, so more the general issues.
I may have jumped the gun then, because I was going to mention we believe the council can get closer to a London Plan target. We don't believe it can meet it now. It's too late, but we do believe there are ways of getting significantly closer.
But they went through 5-year supply, because I think it amounts to the same thing.
It's about small sites, almost mostly.
Yeah, so we'll kill two birds when we go through it, I think. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. This is a sort of trivial point, I suppose, but given the subject matter we've just been discussing, but it would be very useful, if we haven't already received this, to have a further revised can you hear me now? Sorry, I keep on looking. Anyway, Yes, in the London, in the local plan at the moment, there is a trajectory which is very useful right up to the end of the period. Now that's been completely revised in various ways, as we've discussed over the last few weeks, and particularly this morning. It seems to me it would be very helpful if we do carry on with this process, if the council could produce a revised plan for the trajectory over that period per year. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, the lighter, well, almost definitely, however, as you say, assuming we get to main modifications, there will almost definitely be an action to modify that trajectory because it's part of the plan. So it would have to be modified, and then there'll be an opportunity to comment on that as part of the main mods consultation. So, okay, thank you. Right, so with that then, unless there's anything you want to add about that, we'll move on to the 5-year supply issue. Which is, so my question 2.24 basically. So moving on to 5-year supply issue, which will in turn bring us into some more discussion about delivery in the short term. So on the back of the hearing statements, as I've already said, I decided it would be helpful to have a clearer breakdown of the 5-year supply position and how it's been calculated, which I hope would clear up a couple of queries that I had about the numbers. The council provided me that note, which you've all confirmed you've had. And I have to say that I think the notes generated a few more questions than answered them, frankly. So we're going to have to go through this in a bit of a fine-tooth comb. Albeit I recognise that some of this might be moot because we're talking about the actual starting point of the requirement may well change depending on how the trajectory is broken down. But I think in order to understand how that might be, I need to understand how these components fit together and how it all works and so on. So the other thing, I probably complicated matters a little bit at the last session by saying it would be useful to consider the 5-year supply based on 2 potential scenarios, because obviously we're talking about what the situation is effectively now, and then, because you need to understand that, but also what the likely situation is when, assuming the plan is adopted in 2026-27, which I guess, who knows, but that's likely to be year 1. And so if you take the view that you have to have a 5-year supply at the point of adoption, then effectively what's looking at 6 years is a sensible approach, I think. So, but it might complicate matters. Generally, I think I'm going to be talking about it in terms of the 2026-27 scenario, so that's like the 6-year position. In these scenarios that the note provides, we get 2 answers. We get a figure of 5.87 years if year 1 was 25-26, and 6-year supply if year 1 was 26-27. What I'm going to do is try and work through each row in the table and pick up the salient points. This might get quite detailed, as I said, apologies. And we might need some time to unpick things. So people will have to bear with me a little bit on this. It's going to get quite dry. I also recognise that these calculations, I've said, might be sort of moot to a certain extent if some of the requirements change. The figure, yeah, so that's that. So we start then with the annual requirement. And I think it's important to clarify up front that the way you've done this calculation is based on your proposals for a step trajectory as at stage 2. So they're the figures you put in at stage 2. So they're not what's in local, they're not an annualisation of the figures as, if you like, would be the basic traditional way of doing it. And they're not based on policy H1. They're based on what you put in March, I think. That's correct, is it?
Yeah, so the 927 is reflective of what we anticipate is going to be supplied within that period, essentially.
So that would take, 927 would take you up to 2029, which is 26, 27, 28, so that's 4 years. So 927 times 4, that takes you up to the end of the London plan period, if we call it that. So times 4 is 3708, which is slightly below the residual that I worked out a few minutes ago, but probably not mathematically significant, but it is still below what you think the what it would not deliver the residual requirement as far as I'm concerned. But let's put a pin in that for now. But yes, okay, understood. And then this is entirely my fault, and I should have, in hindsight, I should have made it clear, but it probably would have been helpful to have this data based on what policy H1 currently says. So then I could have shown, if you like, how, if understanding if the plan needs to change, it would have demonstrated how, if you like, what change is needed, because I would have understood the position as at submission, if that makes sense. But it's my fault I didn't make that clear, so I understood. It may be that I'll ask for that figure at some point. I could probably work it out myself, but it's always better to, we're not really supposed to do that, so I would probably check.
So do you mean on that basis the provisions of H1 of the local plan?
Yes, sorry, yes, I beg your pardon.
So,
yes.
So the supply
Enfield
elements
plan,
and how
yeah.
those have actually changed
Yeah.
in terms of the allocations.
Because the Enfield's H1, oh no, sorry, not H1, SS1, I beg your pardon, I think it's
yes.
SS1, isn't it? I'm getting confused myself. It's SS1 which has got the breakdown in it, isn't it? Yes, sorry, my fault. SS1 has got it's got 1,226 up to 26, 27, then 2,091 to 29, then 1,735 to 41, if that makes sense. So it would have been just how do the supply figures stack up there? And then if anything, it might have demonstrated what the issue was that needs to change, albeit just for completeness. But yes, sorry, my fault. Confusing matters. That's my fault. You've explained then that the 927 and then presumably the 1086 and the 2,160 are still, or every number in that annual requirement figure is still what you expect to be the case. So that would still be the step.
Yes.
That's not changed.
That's still the delivery that we are expecting.
Okay.
So if I can just add to that. So in our updated note at paragraph 31, we've tried to explain, this is the further clarification note on the 5-year housing land supply.
Yes, and that's where you've said could be tweaked to achieve exactly a 5-year supply at point of adoption. And then we get into a whole raft of stuff which I'm not clear about how the 20% buffer's been applied, which is what I want to come on to, because it's bamboozled me, frankly. Easily bamboozled, probably. So, okay, but for now, I'll take the view that the figures in that top row are what you expect the trajectory to be, what you think you can deliver, notwithstanding what the note says about tweaks and changes and things which we'll come on to. So that's that. So if we were to use these figures, and I'm going to try and work it through what the 5-year requirement would be based on how I understand the 5-year requirement should be calculated. If you take those figures, you would get a basic 5-year, obviously you multiply those figures by, it's not quite as simple as multiplying by 5, because you've got to obviously multiply 927 by 3 and then add the 10, blah, blah, blah. But you'll get the 5-year position without any modification. And the way and that's what your second row is, I think, which is then 4794 and 6027, respectively. So that's quite straightforward. That's just maths. Okay? There's no adjustment. Then we have a column representing the adjustment for any shortfall since the plan's base date. And this is 0 in the table. And your footnote on that sends me to paragraph 23 of document E710. But my reading of that doesn't refer to backlog, it refers to something else. But there is a reference in paragraph 7 of E710 to backlog. And in that it says that your intention is to spread the backlog across the remainder of the plan period to 2041 beyond the first 5 years. So none of the backlog is incorporated in the first 5 years of the plan. And then I think that's something, and again, just to reiterate, it's not something I've agreed to, or think is justified necessarily. And then that's also referred to in paragraph 35 of your new paper. So you've stayed with that approach. And you've referred to that as the Liverpool approach. But my understanding of the Liverpool approach is that it's the shortfall spread across the whole remaining plan period, not any removal of that from the first 5 years. So is my understanding correct there?
You're right about that. So can I explain that we've tried to deal with the situation. We've tried to deal with the situation logically, and this really derives from the difference of approach that we've adopted with regard to the 5-year housing land supply as against a standardised approach. The standardised approach would be that you'd have a housing figure, say it would be the standard method, and you would then meet that requirement. That's what you have to do, as opposed to the approach that we've adopted, which is a supply-based approach. The supply-based approach is one that simply recognises the reality of what we are able to deliver and judging the 5-year supply or undertaking the 5-year supply calculation on that basis. And they are essentially self-fulfilling, the approach is self-fulfilling. Because if all you can supply is X number, it follows that the calculation of the 5-year supply will necessarily settle at 5 years' supply if the requirement is a reflection of that supply itself. That's the circularity in the approach that's been adopted. And we're recognising that, and we say that it's in conformity with the plan because of what I've said earlier on. Putting that to one side, we've put in a buffer. This will, I hope, make the overarching position clear. We've put in a buffer of 20%, but that's a 20% that has been taken from the requirement to reduce down the base requirement, so that each time some adjustment is made to up the amount that you should be delivering, we've in fact reduced it down because we can't deliver more. Now, we could have done the same thing with the Liverpool approach and incorporated the part that we are to recover through the plan into the requirement. But all we'd have been doing is, as a result of the method that we have adopted, is just reducing down the requirement again. So rather than add in that bit, which would be frankly not particularly helpful, we've just put it into the periods post the 5-year supply when there will be the opportunity to recover that sum.
Understood. We'll come back to the 20% things. I think it's generally a misunderstanding, or some misunderstanding of the 20% buffer and what it means. But I understand the purpose of the 5-year supply. Yes, I understand you've effectively said that the 5-year requirement must be pegged to the supply. One assumes that wherever a step trajectory has been adopted, that's sort of that approach, because obviously the point of a step trajectory is it recognises that delivery in early years of the plan or where the step is needed, it might be more difficult, and if it's justified, then that. So clearly, all step trajectories are presumably mindful of supply, because otherwise they wouldn't be there. And discussions about whether you can improve the supply. So while on let's just stick to the shortfall and residual. The shortfall backlog, maybe you want to call it. My maths again is that equates to about 2,548 odd dwellings from the start of the plan period. 2,569. It's nothing but 2,005. So over 2,500. So if we're 6 years into the plan, so it's whatever that is, 400 a year, something like that. Maybe more. So that's significant. Quite a significant backlog. Now, the I understand what you're saying, but the PPG doesn't envisage that approach, does it? So we've got the Sedgefield approach, which is deliver it all in 5 years, which is, if you like, I think the government's preferred approach. Then it says, it doesn't actually name it as Liverpool, does it? It just says there's an approach where you can spread it out over the remaining plan period if it can be justified. So what you're coming up with, this is kind of, it would be, if I were to accept this, it would be termed the Enfield approach, presumably, where it would be a new thing that justifies deferring that backlog. Now, one issue there I can see, because obviously, to a certain extent, I agree, it's maths, it's semantics. It could be argued semantics, because if you say that the requirement can only be the supply, then however you make up that, you've got to play with the top end figure to factor in this. But I suppose the logic the government's trying to get to with the Sedgefield or Liverpool approach is that when it comes to obviously applying policy, say this plan's adopted next year, and then you come to review the situation, obviously you'll be reviewing the 5-year supply situation every year, that when you come to review that, it's clear how that shortfall should be factored in. And what you'd be saying is, well, actually, when it comes to doing the maths of this, none of that shortfall should be factored in until the year 5 onwards. So it might not have an implication for the, if you like, the figures, like the overall requirement figure might be the same, however you did. But obviously, in terms of implementation, how you portray the backlog is actually important, is it not?
From one perspective, though, said it is capable, of course, of being taken into account fully from the point at which it said that the numbers are going to be recovered through the remainder of the plan period. So long as it's clear that we will be seeking the recovery of that sum over the remaining period, whatever it is, that would be consistent with the government's desire to achieve the recoupment of the backlog.
I think the reason the government has said, or the PPG says, that if you adopt the Liverpool method, it should be set out in your plan, is obviously then when coming to do your calculation, when everyone's doing their calculations every year, plan applications come in, they know how to deal with that backlog. So I guess you'll be saying as well, as I say, the backlog is, or at least the backlog up to adoption date, because then you'd have maybe some other backlog if you're not delivering, it gets even more complicated. But up to adoption date is not to be dealt with, is not to be factored in until whatever it be, 2032 or something onwards. So it is, as I say, it is an important factor in that respect, and so something I have to consider whether that's, even if it doesn't alter the step, because you have to play with the figures to get to the supply, that's justified. It is important, I think, for me to think about what the implications are for long term and whether or not there's a justification for that approach, bearing in mind it isn't, it would be something quite new, wouldn't it? It would not be something that's, I think I'm right in saying, not referred to in national policy or guidance, and I am unaware of any other plan, although you might be to correct me if I'm wrong, I'm unaware of any other plan that adopts that approach.
Can I be clear to that? That in terms of the approach that we've adopted, it is possible to of course, alter the 5-year or the statement of the 5-year supply position and incorporate that element that reflects the previous shortfall over that 5-year period. It's just that we will reduce down the requirement as a result. So it can certainly be done in a way that ultimately is reflective of the standardised approach. So we're not, in that sense, holding out for this particular methodology if you feel so that it's not one that in the circumstances is justified.
I will take that away with me and give it some serious thought. But again, it may well be an action from this is to see that, how that. In fact, no, let's make that an action. There may be others, but I think an action would be to, and we'll see how the 20% fits into this as well. I would like to see, if you like, things done the standard way. That's per step trajectory, not the standard way of annualisation, although that might be instructive as well. But yeah, so I can then understand the consequence of that and what needs to change. So we'll make that an action, but we'll worry about the timings for that because there might be other actions which relate to it afterwards, but just, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just making sure I've covered what I need to cover. Yeah. So if I ask you to do that, I might say I've calculated that I think the shortfall is around 2,500, whichever scenario you look at. I think it could be as high as 2,800 in certain scenarios if you were expected to deliver 1246 per annum as you would have been from the start. Yeah. So, yeah. But if I ask you to do that, then obviously I'll have the figures in front of me. Okay, so the next row then, if we go through the rows, is for the adjustment for buffers. You've said that you've not, well, you've applied the 20% buffer, but in a unique way, which actually leads to a reduction in in the figure. I understand what you're saying, but it is unusual. So, and I think the commentary gets a little bit confusing, I have to say, in the note, but I think the sum total, from what you've said, and my understanding of it is, yes, that if you add 20% to the base requirement, then you get to a position where you no longer have a 5-year supply, because it takes you over the supply, the figure. Okay. As I say, it might have been useful to have that, because then I would have understood that if you haven't got a 5-year supply based on these figures, then what do we need to do to get you a 5-year, what do we need to get you a 5-year supply? What are the alternatives? It might be that it's step trajectory, it might be, as I say, go and find more sites, it might be some other alternative.
So I don't know whether this would be of assistance, but we can certainly put together a table that sets out the approach if one adopted 1246 as the baseline number to 29, and thereafter the supply base figure. On that basis is the requirement with a 20% buffer. How short? What is the 5-year supply shortfall?
I mean, I don't mind. I think I could do some of this myself. But even if you were to base that on the figures you've got here, and this is what you're putting to me as the step.
Exactly.
You think, so 927 and so on. I can look at that, and then understanding what it means. So the figure, and I say I've done some rough and ready calculations of that, which we'll come to, but it may be that obviously it should be something you work out for yourselves. But clearly, yes, it's fair to say that the table doesn't include the 20% buffer as you would normally include it. So I'm assuming that the base requirement figure of 3995 and 5023 are supposed to be 80% of 4974 and 6027, which I don't think quite works out. Maybe not. Maybe my maths.
It's actually the. Control if I got this wrong, but it is dividing the 4794 by 1.2.
So it's reduced it by 20%. Yeah.
So one doesn't take 80%. One takes 1.2 as a factor of the headline figure.
Okay, understood. And, obviously, the question mark how you can justify that approach based on national guides. I don't think it's a case of you saying that's how you think the 5-year supply should be calculated moving forward. I think it's what you're saying is in order to have a clear steps trajectory of what the plan needs to do to have a 5-year supply, then that's how it needs to be calculated. So, if say, after the plan's adopted, you're doing this math, you're doing this sum, you would still be adding the 20% buffer to the base requirement, and that would take you up to your supply figure. And I think that's the thing, obviously, because it is a manipulation, isn't it? That's not necessarily set out in guides, but I suppose again that's where the step trajectory must come into play.
Yes, that's right. It's a step trajectory. As to manipulation, if I can put it like this, that it would be a reflection of a conclusion reached by you that the optimum position has been arrived at with regard to the supply elements, and that anything else that would meet the actual required figure under the London Plan would be ostensibly unsustainable because it would lead to small green belt release. So once you reach the, in a sense, so you reach the 5-year calculation, once you've adopted the view or otherwise that the plan ultimately is sound with regard to its total trajectory.
There, I think I understand. Now, just...
I was going to say the alternative would be for you to say, well, the plan should set out that it doesn't meet a 5-year housing land supply, and in which case it will then have to address the position on a step-based trajectory later on. So that's the alternative way of doing it.
I mean, I think on the maths, I may say I've worked out, again, I might, you'll do this because I think I want to see it as in, but I've worked out that if you were to take the base requirement as set out in the first row, you add the shortfall as I'd calculated it based on those figures, if you like, so sort of 2.5 to 2,800, whatever that might be, then apply 20% as you're expected to, then that would come to, and I've used the Liverpool method, if you like, the best case scenario on Sedgefield, you'd have 6,751 requirement for if the year was 25-26, and 8,378 if it was 26-27. You'll want to check those figures, no doubt, and perhaps correct me if I'm wrong on any of my maths. Which obviously then, without doing the sums, I think would equate to, and we'll go through the supply figures next, but would equate to 4.19 year supply and a 4.31 year supply. So clearly, I think, assume even if your supply figures are correct, based on those, you wouldn't have a 5-year supply based on that first row. And then all of the things that have to flow from that. So the question then becomes, and I guess we'll get onto this, perhaps at the end of this discussion we've gone through supplies, what do you do about it? And so that's where we're going to be, and there are options, I suspect, that you want to think about. So, but I think say action is just give me some scenarios tables there, and also the step trajectory. I was going to say, based on this discussion, actually, you're sort of standing by these figures in terms of the requirement figures, but I guess you are.
Yes.
Yeah. Fair, understood. Okay, I think what I'll do, because obviously we're getting to the supply, we're going to could go on for some time. Oh, sorry. One thing before I move on the 20%. In policy policy SS1, and if you remember, there was an action relating to the 20% figure from stage 2. And it comes down to this idea of where the policy SS1 refers to the 20%, and we got into some confusion about, if you look at table 2.2, it says 22, 23, 26, 27, 12, 26 demands per annum, plus 20% buffer. And we got into a whole discussion about, the 20% buffer does not affect your housing requirement. It affects the 5-year supply requirement because it's a flexibility, but it's the supply-based side of the equation. It's not. So your requirement would be, let's say, 33,280. That's the buffer's nothing, doesn't relate to that at all. It's not adding 20% to that requirement or anything like that. It's purely a 5-year supply thing. And I think I was indicating at the time that I didn't think it was right to refer to 20% buffer in that table. And then it sort of came back again in the last stage 2 that it seemed like the 20% somehow was getting entwined in the overall housing requirement. I didn't think that was right. Can I just clarify is that nowhere is there a 20, in terms of the 33,000 figure, the overall housing requirement, that the 20% buffer has not been incorporated into that at all, because it shouldn't be. It's only about the 5-year supply.
Well, so I'm reading those. I'm reading what it says. I should come back to you if I may on that rather than.
I just don't want to be a misunderstanding that, no, because I think I got the impression, rightly or wrongly, and this is why I think I asked for some clarification on it, is that there was some sort of expectation that your housing requirement figure goes up by 20, the overall housing requirement figure goes up by 20% or something, but that's not how that works. It's a supply-based. So effectively you need to deliver 6 years, you have to have 6 years supply in order to deliver, how many houses you have to build in the 5 years stays the same, doesn't it? It's the 20% buffer is not about building more houses. It's purely about demonstrating that you have some flexibility.
Yeah, so when one's looking at it from a 5 years calculation, of course, it's a 20% against the requirement. So,
yeah, but it's in order to ensure.
But to reflect,
yeah,
but it reflects the supply.
If your 5 year, sorry, this is getting me technical. If your was 1,000 a year, because I can do that maths, was 5,000, and so your 20% of that was 1,000, 6,000. You're required to build 6,000 houses in those 5 years. You're only required to build 5,000, because that's still your requirement. Is 5,000. You need to demonstrate you have 6,000 in order to provide some flexibility and comfort.
Yes, understood. So yes.
And that's how you've approached it. I
Yes.
hope. Good.
But as to the insertion, as to the way in which it's outturned with the final requirement, that's what I want to come back to, as to whether it's incorporated 20% as an uplift on all of the on all of the numbers.
Okay, thank you. Right. Any comments on? We'll just do the supply requirement side of the equation, and we'll come on to the supply side. Any comments on that? No? Bored you all stiff? Or, right, okay. So we'll come back on that. 20% issue, maybe later. What time is it? So move on to the supply side of the table. And I think what I'm going to do for speed is I'm going to... So I'll just wait for Mr. Gusby.
It was we were just getting clarification on the 5 year supply, just in case there was any. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through each row, and then I'll open it up each time, because obviously there's quite a lot potentially to talk about, particularly when we get on to some of the figures for individual sites. So first row is it's not it. No, and this is perfectly correct. Obviously, it doesn't talk about completions in here because they're not in the 5 year supply. But I just want to talk about completions. The spreadsheet gives me a figure of 4,907 completions over the plan period so far, with 1,106 in 24-25. I assume there's a note at paragraph 19 in your note, which says something about some figures not being pulled through, and the figure of 385 identified at column CR line 1, etc. Can I just confirm 1106 is the right figure? There's no question.
Yeah, that's right. There's just a short cutting of the figure that could have been put differently within the relevant tab, but we haven't been able to do it in time. Sure.
But there's no change to the numbers. That's fine. Okay. So one would expect completions to be relatively uncontroversial. If someone's been out and counted things and pointed them, so it should be fairly straightforward. But does anybody have any comment, anything to say about completions data? And so, Mr. Byrne, is this where your comments about how certain types of development have been counted come in?
I think it would be useful to have some clarity about how things are counted to avoid confusion in the future. There has been quite a lot of movement on the council's reporting of its housing delivery test figures over recent years in the hundreds. And I would think having the clarity in the plan, or at least a reference to a London plan, in how those things are counted would be helpful. In terms of the completion data itself, we may come on to this because it's a line later on, but there is still a component part of that in the London plan, which is the small sites completions, which are not shown. And there is some importance in reaching that goal in terms of the emphasis given to them in the London plan, and then how the council is working towards meeting that target, and that will then opens up to how there is further sites which are definitely available because they've got planning permission, which could count towards the supply.
If they've got planning permission, they're in the supply.
They're not. We went through and checked. There's a lot which aren't in there.
Okay. Or should be, I should say, should be in the supply pool. Okay. we'll come on to that then when we get to the next row. You've made a point, though, in your thing about your statement about demolitions and as a net. Does that affect this answer, how demolitions are counted?
Absolutely so. So that's the point about the Alma estate is the biggest example of that. But it happens also for any schemes which are kind of in flight, particularly ones which involve demolition, or specifically ones which involve demolition. There is the potential there that those numbers can be, if they were updated to reflect the GLA's counting, would actually help you to reach the target. And that is because of where the demolitions are counted.
So, I mean, I'll need to understand in a moment whether or not the 4,900 odd completions are a net or gross figure. Are you saying there should be a gross figure?
Well, what's happened is they I completely understand the net and gross differences and how all of that works. What has happened is that for Alma, for example, all of the demolitions have already been counted before the plan started in the housing reporting from the GLA. So what that means is that in that instance, the gross figures and the net figures are the same because the demolitions have already been, the kind of reduction figure has already been taken out earlier. Now, this also has a flip side when you think about Joyce and Snells, and that's something how the demolitions are being counted there and when they should be counted, and that seemed to us unclear in the trajectory and could be a bit of a problem depending on how they've been understood. So to be clear, I completely understand that the net figure reporting, but I do think that there is an issue with estate regeneration schemes, the way the council was counting them, to the way that the GLA says they should be counted. And you've got far more homes there than to be counted within this exercise than you might think.
I find it a little bit perplexing that this is even an issue because it's counting. I mean, why is there even an issue about this? It's counting. And so I can't understand why the GLA, I won't get into the ins and outs of why people are counting things before they've actually happened. That seems axiomatically unsafe because things might change. So just to be clear, though, in terms of the Alma estate, you're suggesting, and there may be other examples, you're suggesting that the numbers that they've given me, which are now, go back to my note, whatever that is, should actually be higher because the council has netted those figures. But because of the way GLA count these things, it's been grossed. Sorry, that has been taken into account. So should be looking at gross. In
effect, yes. The demolitions have been double counted,
right.
And I agree about the kind of the reasoning for this. I do not want to kind of get into but I have checked it and gone to quite some length to try and understand these figures with the GLA and questioned them over them. Had their kind of people who are responsible for this explain it to me in writing, and that's what they say, and I can see it on their portal that it is how they are reporting the figures. Now, I completely agree. Whether that's right or wrong is another conversation, I think, but that is how they record them.
Okay, thank you. I mean, arguably it's semantics because the houses are the houses. If we're talking about what we're getting to, which is building houses for people to live in, then there's a certain number of there's an additional number of houses on that site compared to what's there now or what there was. So the reality is going to be one thing or another. But I suppose let's make sure we're at least counting the same things. It'd be useful to know what the situation is. So any comments on that?
Just I hear what Mr. Burns says about that. As to the methodology in relation to planning permissions and the degree to which they may have been already counted through the GLA's methodology, I'll need to come back to you on that. The question is whether that will really make any great difference in the context of either the 5-year supply position or the overarching plan figure. And of course, this only relates to planning permissions that were taken into account by the GLA. not all of the other allocations that don't as yet have permission. So I query whether or not it's really going to make very much of a difference. I hear what Mr. Byrne says, but we'll come back to you, though, on the methodology, if we may.
It only relates to permissions and where there's going to be a loss.
As well, quite so. Mr. Byrne, he says, I don't want to speak through you, sir, but he says that there's a number of permissions that he's looked at, he's done the detailed work on it. It might be helpful if Mr. Byrne can say which of the sites he's looked at that have this sort of issue.
Yeah, we'll get onto the permission row and see if there's any. What I'm not going to do. If there's, I mean, I think you've referred to 60 sites in your statement. I don't know if that's the same thing. I'm not sitting here listening to 60 sites.
That's the opportunity sites that are identified within some of the allocations that Mr. Byrne says, well, they could have been identified as coming forward.
Okay, right. Well, okay, thank you. So, yeah, you'll come back to me on that then. I mean, yes, it may amount to very little, but I think, you know, if we can't get accuracy on what's been built, then it's a bit of a poor show, isn't it? I'm not saying there's anything wrong here, but it just seems like this. Of all the things we've got to talk about, it's the most straightforward thing in the world. You know, go out, has it been built? Yes. Mark it off on a piece of paper, you know.
I should have said that we have taken, in terms of the figures that we've put into our 5-year calculation and the trajectory generally, have taken into account the net position as we understand it. It's just that it's said that it's a double counted net position. We'll check on that.
And I suppose just there's no point in under. If it helps you, even if it's purely maths, if it helps you, it helps. Okay, thanks. I mean, it won't, I suppose it ultimately, what it'll do in theory is push that supply figure up a little bit, and therefore that might alter the step, but it won't actually mean any more houses are delivered. That's the ultimate position. Nothing's going to change on the ground. So yeah. Okay, right. So then we'll move on. Then if we've done the completions row, which I thought would be simple, and then we'll move on to the allocations row. This could be less simple. Sorry, no, we won't. I'm jumping ahead myself. We'll move on to the extant permissions and under construction row. Sorry, beg your pardon. So, right. So, in terms of extant permissions and development construction, we've got 871. Oh, sorry, the figures in the row, just to be absolutely clear, these are permissions or things that are under construction outside allocations, aren't there? There's anything that's on an allocation is being incorporated in the allocation row. I believe that's right, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. No double counting. Good. And just when and this was on your full spreadsheet, when I selected the, if you like, you select the whole year by year figure, I got to 871 up to the 6-year period, if you like. But row AZ adds up to 1287. Is there a reason why those two figures might be different? Is it 1287 because some of it's already perhaps been completed on those sites? That could be it.
Yeah. You mean row Z on the assessed sites, housing plus mix?
The full list of. Sorry,
yeah.
The full list of.
That's not something that's been updated, and so it's the rest of the spreadsheet for onwards from like CM and the trajectory. You know, those are figures that have been changed. So we haven't actually, in row AZ. That's why there might be a discrepancy there. But it's essentially from CM onwards the trajectory of the sites, which feeds into the overall. I call it the overall tab, the 4H tab.
Okay, right. So it should be 871 then, isn't it? Yeah. 871 or 411. Yep, okay. In terms of delivery, you're expecting 575 completions, I think, next year on these sites. All right. Other extant permissions. '25-26, which is next year. Sorry, 25-26, 575, and then it drops significantly to 57, and then 66, and then climbs a little bit to 115 later on. So, is there a particular reason for that drop off? Is it schemes just that have been under construction for a while coming to an end?
I think it's a lot. Discussions we've had, it's a lot of the, obviously we've had like flatted schemes beforehand, we had a lot of it spread out across a number of years for completions to come forward, wherein obviously where there's a conversion of a building, it usually comes forward as one, so there's been some moving around the figures on there from that perspective, so that's probably a change compared to what has been submitted before.
Yeah, so but when it drops from, say, 575 next year, so I'm guessing that's based on some observations about what's under construction. You've got a fairly good idea about, and I'm going to admit I've not gone through every single permission in here and what adds up to this 575. But then 57, 57, 66, 115. So have you looked at those schemes then and thought, well, actually, yeah, these are small, single dwelling things, they'll come forward, or some of these are flatted schemes. So I just want to understand why only 57. Is it again, or is it a paucity of what's in the pipeline?
It's picked up in the small size windfall from 26, 27, because that's when it starts kicking. So as you can see here on the row 11. So yeah, that's why we've got the figure of like 575 now, because we know that's what we're expecting in 25, 26, and obviously there's more uncertainty in the future in terms of I say that 26, 27, the 57 figure.
Quite a lot of extant permissions coming forward in sort of, beyond the next 5 years, within the 5 year, toward the end of the 5 year period, but also beyond that. So you get up to 115 in 2031, 32, 115 in 2032, 33, 115 in 33, 34, then it stops, because presumably you've obviously projected forward these schemes are on the go. But bearing in mind, obviously, that a lot of these permission, if they've got permission now, if they're not being started in the next 3 or 4 years, then those permissions are going to lapse. So are these, when you're looking at development in a later period, beyond, if you like, the lapse period for these schemes, or when permissions would expire, are these because you're looking at schemes, larger schemes that have got permission with phasing, or is this actually you're not thinking some of these that have got permission now are going to start until later in the period?
Again, it's just when we've looked through the schemes we have on there at the moment, we've done an updated assessment, looking through those schemes, what is coming forward, and those are figures we've got at the moment. Obviously, again, we're looking at these those schemes over the next few months, and what's coming forward through from the monitoring side of things, and what some missions we have there. But just in that perspective, that's what we looked at. We just updated those figures and assessed what's coming forward sooner. And again, you can see, just going forward, that the windfall of the 353 and 115 isn't too dissimilar to what we've got the 575 at the moment. We're always in about that 400-500 unit range. So yeah.
The thing I'm sort of puzzling over is if you've got a permission now, and you've got some of these permissions, if you look at the table, are not starting until 29, 30 or beyond. Now, of course, is that actually possible? Bearing in mind that by that period, those if nothing's happened on those permissions by that period, they will have expired. So is it realistic and justified to be pushing some of these start dates back so far? And again, you've got quite a large number of permissions. I'm not going to go through each one, but you know, just the principle. In principle, is it not expected that anything with permission is going to start within the next 5 years? Otherwise, it's not deliverable. I'll just give you an example that I've just picked out. So I'll try and find an example. I mean, some of them are starting in like year 4 or 5, but if you take row 156, which is COP 70, 64 Beach Hill Barnet, only 9 dwellings, but it's got it starting in 28, 29. Permission, well, it was an outline for a start, so that's one question, it's an outline.
156, sorry.
Sorry, 156, yeah. 64 Beach Barnet, so it's an outline permission. So
I think we'll be looking at different spreadsheets.
We're looking, so that 156 we have as Ramley Drive West.
It's row 195, we have it on here, just for reference.
well, I'm looking at the final, am I looking at the wrong spreadsheet? I beg your pardon. I was looking at... I'm looking at the original.
Maybe the earlier trajectory is all I'm wondering.
Beg your pardon, yes, it's the as-is, beg your pardon.
It should be the version 2. But
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
What line is it on the new one?
195.
Sorry. So maybe that's changed actually, yeah. But yeah. So 195. It's an outline permission. It starts in 2028, 29. If I read that correctly. So that's 4 years hence. Is it 4 years hence? So I mean, that's perhaps an unfortunate example to pick out. There's an outline, but you know, it shouldn't really be starting. Should it be starting that late in the process? If it's now should it be there anyway? If it's an outline, but B, it should be late. But actually, there might be some examples which are actually beyond the 5-year period where they're starting. So. So just as a matter of principle, and there may not, you know, maybe there may not be that many, but should you have any sites with permission starting beyond the 5-year period?
Well, so it'd be possible to have a site that has a reasonable prospect of being delivered, but nevertheless it being concluded that in the circumstances one should put it at a later point in time. But I accept that there is a potential inconsistency of approach between the test for deliverability and what's actually in the trajectory. The two should march hand in hand.
I mean, it might be that if I go through this with a fine-tooth comb, there's not that many that fall into that category, or if any, in fact. You know, perhaps that was a bad example to pick on. It's quite difficult to see. It's a matter of principle and something to obviously look at for me to think about whether or not, if I was action, you know, to look at those things. Okay, thank you. Just one thing that struck me, if we could also just an example, on it's row 166, and it's Reardon Court, and it's the estimated capacity is 91, but as far as I can tell, that it's not listed as any delivery in that. So again, I suppose just like, is that right, wrong? Is that because it's expired? I'm just wondering why it was there.
So yes, it's a good question. It may be that we have to come back to you on that, unless Mr. Holmes can deal with that.
Yeah, so it's something we just have to come back to on that specific example. Just have a look at that one. Yeah.
I mean, I suppose again, it's more a matter of principle. If again, it may be unfortunate, it's the only one I've spotted. But if there are other things listed in that which you're not expecting any delivery for, is it an error? There should be some, but if it's not an error and they're just listed, then is it because they're expired and therefore should be coming off the list, or you're not expecting a delivery, so it should be coming off the list? So again, just in terms of getting an accurate picture. So okay, but okay, come back on that. But when doing so, maybe say just have a quick look at see if there are any other examples of that which are sort of zero. And as I've said, sort of going back to what I said, quite a lot of the application dates for these, when I look at the application dates, not all of them have a permission approval date in them. Some do, some don't. So I'm going to assume, A, are they all actually approved if they're in that column, but also B, some of the dates for these applications are, things like I've seen 2014, 2017, 2018, 17, 19, 20. So are these all extant permissions? Do these still all have permission, or are some of these expired?
So I expect that they are going to be accurate, but again, it may be that unless Mr. Holmes can say necessarily that is the case, we will have to recheck. But
again, it's just a matter of just rechecking, going through to make sure we've got as up to date as we are. So yeah, it's going to just rechecking through. Yeah.
I think for present purposes' sake, you can take it that we've done what we think is right, but by asking the question,
yeah, I mean, obviously, the reason I'm asking is because what constitutes the definition of deliverable is that if it's full permission, then it's deliverable unless told otherwise. If it's not got full permission, then there needs to be clear evidence of that delivery. Now, obviously, a lot of these sites, we're talking about 1, 2 dwellings, they're not going to, I mean, cumulatively might amount to quite a lot, I don't know. But it's just about being accurate, isn't it? And having a clear and accurate position as I can. Now, it might, as you've just said, it may well be that you would want to argue that even if it's an expired permission, that you can provide the clear or be content with the clear evidence that it will come forward in the 5 years. That might be something you want to do. But obviously, at the moment, my assumption is they're in the supply as deliverable because they've got permission, and that's the sum total of your justification. You don't need to go any further than that. So if they haven't got permission or haven't got full permission, then that obviously needs to be at least drawn out to be accurate. And as I'm not saying they haven't, I'm just looking at some of the dates. It's just a logical question that some of these are getting quite old. Maybe they've started. Maybe they've got continuations. I don't know. Okay. And as I said, same point really on the full and outlines. Again, the table might be slightly out of date. Some of the outlines might have reserved matters, in which case it's fine. They fall into that category. But if they are an outline, then there has to be clear evidence that they are available and likely to come forward in the time frame, where, of course, they are within the 5-year supply. And again, but it strikes me slightly odd where some fall out the 5. I mean, they could start within 5 years, but fall outside the 5-year supply, starting because permissions obviously wouldn't last that long. So something perhaps to look at there. And then, well, I assume just because obviously something Mr. Burns is likely to raise is that in terms of the permissions, are these there's a lot of applications for sort of single dwellings and things in here, isn't there? So, or permissions for single dwellings. So, I'm guessing that they do, effectively incorporate small sites. They do, don't they? So it's all small site permissions. They've not been separate. Small sites permissions haven't been separated out. They're a part of that equation. So, yeah. So are you content from your perspective, based on what you already heard, that this is a full and accurate representation of the permissions that exist?
Yes. That's what I
At this point in time, yes.
subject to checking those points.
Right, so okay, so there's a few plenty of points to come back on there. Any points on the permission under construction row? Sorry, Mr. Byrne, before I was that. And on under construction, again, this is presumably based on observation, isn't it? This is not, this is, just to be clear.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. So, Mr. Byrne, sorry.
Thank you, sir. Just a couple of points. There is Arnold House is counted twice. It's part of Cruise Hill and then comes in as a separate allocation. Later.
Yes, I've noticed that. I'll be getting on to allocation row.
Oh, okay.
I'm on the under construction and permission row.
Under construction. Okay, so we I think this is relevant here. Apologies if I've got this wrong. We checked the permissions between January this year and October just as a test, and we found within them a very large amounts which don't appear in here, including a certificate of lawful usage applications which are counted when they're discovered, and we get around. We've been getting an increasing number of those because enforcement's improving. So we used to get about 68, and now we get 130. So they make up a sizable chunk of the small sites allocation. And they don't seem to have been included. So I think perhaps the action there is is perhaps to run that analysis and maybe check they're in there, because for us we found out we couldn't find them in here a lot, and it's not, I'm not being pedant. I wouldn't mention if it was a few. And then the rest of our stuff I think is on specifics of supermarket sites and things which are appearing in the 5-year. Supply allocations. Okay, thank you.
No other comments. Right, thank you. Clearly, there's things to check anyway on that. I don't know if you want to come back on Mr. Byrne's point. Clearly, one of my actions anyway is to make sure this list's accurate in terms of what is extant permissions, and if you don't take anything out, I guess while you're doing that, you're checking to make sure that it is an accurate representation of the under construction and permissions scheme. Then that would pick up those points. Again, I have no problem at all with people discussing these things outside this chamber. If there's some help that can be provided in, finding sites that aren't on there, or why those sites aren't on there. All I want is an accurate list, frankly.
Yes, so just on the certificates, obviously there are two kinds of certificate. One that's certifying an existing use that may well have happened previously anyway. The other is a proposed use that under permitted development rights, for example. The question is whether or not that is a proportionate exercise to undertake, as to say, to check off certificates in circumstances where there's already a small sites allowance put in place, and as to whether it would be appropriate in the circumstances to have another line identifying those certificates when it's already, at least conceptually, taken into account under the small sites element.
Yeah, we'll come on to some windfalls in a bit. I think we'll probably after lunch, actually. We may need a break. the point, and this actually will come on when we talk about the healer row, although there is no healer row. There's a healer row in the table, which again is about the nature of windfalls. Obviously, a windfall is anything that's not identified in the development plan, and I would say anything that's not a permission. So I suppose if it's got some kind of status or approval, then it's not necessarily a windfall, albeit I don't know. Obviously, I don't know what the numbers are. It might amount to 10, in which case, it can all get washed up in the margin of error. If it's hundreds, then it might have some bearing. I don't know. But I think the action is eventually, which will be after we've discussed, the overall action is going to be redo this exercise based on the discussion and making sure it's 100% accurate as far as you can. And if that means having another look at your list of permissions to make sure you're content with that, and if that's what this is what you're content with, then that's absolutely fine. But I think it's housing monitoring. I would expect it to be fairly straightforward, and this information ought to be available already. I mean, it should all be in the system. I'm surprised it's not.
So as I say, even on the basis of what we're being told, if it's 130 odd units, it's not going to make really very significant difference. But having heard what you've said, of course, we'll undertake that process as well.
Well, I don't. From experience, and I don't know of the relationship with the GLA here, how they do the monitoring, and if they do the monitoring on your behalf. We're talking about changing a change, which is delivered through the planning system. And if that is, as you say, there might be things which are just lawful use certificates, which are nothing to do, which are not delivering a change because they're there. But if they are, then we ought to understand what the change is, and that's monitoring. And again, it ought to just be done, frankly. Having said that, if it's not done, or that information isn't readily available, then yes, I think you need to tell me that and say, is it worth spending days doing that? So it's more about, is that information not already in your system, and why not if it isn't? Yeah, that's outside my scope, I suppose. But it's just counting. Come on, it's counting things. It should be. Let me know. I had a whole lifetime of doing this. Right, so allocations. We'll make a start on this. I've got a longish list of sites, and I just want to touch on at some point, but I might do that after lunch because that might get involved. So we'll just perhaps talk about some basic principles. So the allocations are the sites you think may come forward, obviously in the first 5 to 6 years. We have discussed these at stage 2, I accept that. And again, don't necessarily want to get into too much nitty-gritty on that. But I will say that obviously what we mostly did was say, well, actually, this is in 5 to 10 year, we're going to move it. We don't think it's deliverable, we're going to move it forward, back. What we didn't really get into for time constraints, and actually I think the council were still working that out anyway, is where that start date is. So I think where some of the start dates have appeared in year 6 for some of these sites, which is effectively part of the 5-year supply. That sounds weird, but it's true. Then they're the ones I might want to just be querying, particularly because that's obviously, it's not, yes, they've moved back, but they're still in the technically deliverable supply. So I think that's worth a point. And as I've said, to be a deliverable site must have full permission, or there must be clear evidence that will come forward in the next 5 years. Are you just on this principle, are you content, if you like, that when thinking about the issue of deliverability versus developability, that those that are currently in year 6 or should be deliverable, if that makes sense, because by the time the plan's adopted, they will be part of the 5-year supply. And my logic is if I didn't count those as being deliverable, I'd have to come back and have that debate, because once we get past April or March, you're into that period anyway, and so we're back at that point. So it only seems logical to me to be thinking about those year 6 sites, if they're in year 6, you know, in the first 6 years, should be classed as deliverable. Does that make sense?
It does, sir.
Yeah.
The point being that one needs to factor in the point of adoption.
Yeah.
And one's reaching a conclusion as to what the 5-year supply is going to be at that point. So
I mean, I can understand in principle what you've done is you've moved it forward, back. And so, oh, sorry, Mr. Reid, you didn't use your microphone. Annette's getting, so my,
yes. Yes, the answer to your question.
Yeah, that's fair enough, because I didn't want to, I mean, obviously I can see the logic in saying, well, this site's going from 5 to 10 year category to 10 plus, and you've moved it, but of course, we've moved on again, haven't we? So it may or may not be a factor. I say what I'm going to do. I've got a list of sites that I think from, and I may have missed some, that I've come, if you like, looked at the table and tried to work out which are coming forward, which would be constitute what you consider to be deliverable sites in terms of allocations. If I just run through that list very quickly in terms of what they are, and make a note perhaps of them, and then I'll just highlight the ones now where I think I maybe want to just tease out some stuff, and then over lunch, perhaps, you know, if it's not too problem, or we can have a slightly longer lunch if you want to have some time to think about that. And then at least you've got some forewarning. Is that logical? And then, of course, if the parties have already picked up these things, then they'll be aware that I'm aware.
That's very helpful.
So, clearly we have some delivery in Cruise Hill. And the other thing, sorry, I'll say that. And clearly, again, what I don't want to do is go back to stage 2 discussions, but this is where, if you like, the world's moved on since stage 2. And I think with Cruise Hill and Chase Park, for example, we were still debating delivery at the time in this exercise there. So there might be something to tease out there. But Cruise Hill is one. Meridian Water, obviously, we've got several coming forward there. URB 05, I've got down as permission, so I'm not sure I'm worried about that one, unless somebody tells me something else. URB 06, I've got down as permission. I think there's only 18 remaining, so I'm not too fussed about that one. URB 07, I'd like to ask about. SA 8.4, URB 17, SA 1.3, SA 7.1, RUR 02, SA 8.2, SA 2.4, URB 14, URB 20, SA 3.3, albeit that's only for 8, so I'm going to lose too much sleep over it. URB 08, URB 13, URB 15, URB 25, URB 27, URB 23, SA 3.1, but I think that's just clarifying the status of that. It's got permission, I think, or might be outline permission, so it might just be status. SA 2.3. SA 10.2 has already been picked up, just question double counting with
I'm sorry, so what number?
SA 10.2, but I think it's an issue of potential double counting, but it's 16 dwellings again, we're not going to use too much sleep, but I think again just for accuracy. URB 22, SA 4.1 I think, RUR 01 and SA 4.4. And SA 1.1, which is the town centre, isn't it? So it's the same sort of quite a lot, but most of them are the same thing because they're all starting in year 6, or most of them are starting in year 6. So, you know, some of them are quite quick, I think, to answer.
So could I understand what it is that you want us to answer specifically on this?
Most of them are starting, most of these are allocations where, I've got others which you've listed as starting, but my note is that they've got permission, or, for example, I think at least in one case, it's quite clear from my notes that the council is progressing with the scheme, and I perhaps have, okay, I've got that. I understand the position, if you like. I think a lot of those I've listed, there might be one or two where you'll just remind me, I'll go, yes, sorry, I understand. But they are where they are allocations without permissions, but they're starting in year 6, so effectively would be classed as deliverable. And I just want, it might be collectively why, but it's just, you know, why, what is the evidence, if you like, clear evidence that they're likely to come forward? It may, or is it just you've used your judgment and it's just, yeah. So there's quite a long list, but it's only, it may be that you can't sort it all in one go. It's like there's one answer to this, or it might be that each case is specific. And as I say, I know we talked about a lot of these, and I understand, that's why I understand why they've been moved, but they've been moved, and the intention was, I think, to move them out of the deliverable supply, but they've ended up stay in the deliverable supply by virtue of starting in year 6. And that might just be a quirk. But obviously it does amount to quite a lot of housing when you add it up in year 6. So, yes. Is that okay?
It is. Yeah. So I was just thinking about timing, because
only a bit longer.
I think a little bit longer than
just
the hour, just so that we do have enough time to actually get a position on each.
I mean, I mean, it might be that you might want to come back on some of them. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not necessarily wanting chapter and verse, but
no.
As I say, I think it's just not surprised. That's the wrong word. Just noted that some of these that have been moved forward back, get that right one day, will still be part of the deliverable supply, even though the information I got at the time was that probably not going to be part of the deliverable supply. So I think it might just be a virtue of the fact that we've crept into year 6 and it's not been picked up. Again, also assuming that I've understood the tables correctly and so on and so forth. So, yeah. So how long do you want?
An hour and a quarter, if you know.
Okay, we'll come back at 2:15. Yeah. Is that okay? Is that understood with everyone? Okay. Right, thank you. So we'll adjourn now for lunch and come back at 2:15. Thank you, everyone. Plan to see what we can do about that in the next hour or so. So first thing before we get into, is there anything that you want to draw? Obviously, there's a few things outstanding. I don't know if you're going to bring me up to date on those. I know the purpose of the longer lunch was so you could obviously go through my quite long list actually of allocations, but there were some other things. So if you've got anything you want to raise about those now, or you're going to leave those to afterwards, I don't know.
I'm in your hands, sir, as to whether I can certainly deal with one of the major points that you raised around the total figure, planned figure, and as to whether it included a 20%. I can deal with that. And then I can also then update you on those various sites that you raised. And that will pick up, I think, also the Arnold House double counting issue. We can deal with the Reardon Court as well, I think. Shall I just go through what I've got? Yes. So, firstly, in terms of the planned figure there, the figure didn't include a 20% buffer. There was a nominal buffer that's referred to in the housing topic paper at page 68, actually, which is a 5% addition, but not the 20%. And the explanation for that is contained, as I say, at page 68, which we can go through if you want to, sir, but that's the reference for it in any event. As to Reardon Court, the position is that that's been developed already, hence why it's omitted. We'll come on to Arnold House, but just to flag it up, so there is on the face of it double counting for the number there, which I think amounts to 42 units. So as to the list, obviously there's a number of sites that you quite properly raised with us, and I can go through those and I can identify in brief terms now as to whether you want actually for it to be tabulated so that you can see that, or whether what you'd like is, in the light of what I say, for there to be then a reappraisal of what we've got as our detailed trajectory. So we're in your hands about that and as to how you want to go forward. So if I deal then, and I assume so that's what you'd like me to do, is to go through that list.
Go through the list and then, yeah, I'll make a decision. So there's obviously going to be a revised trajectory at some point.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if one takes up the trajectory and Cruise Hill first, which is line 6 in the trajectory, and the position, as you see it, there's 16 provided for 24 per year, 24 through to 27, 28, and then 28, 29 includes the 50. And I assume that that's what you wanted to know about in terms of that delivery. The actual position is that there's planning permission for 52 units on one site called the Anglo Aquatic site, which is a council-owned site, and it's that amount that is represented essentially by the 50 units at 28, 29, and so the 16, i.e. the 64 units between 24 through to 28 will need to be omitted. Then, with regard to Meridian Water, I can't provide you with an answer as yet on the degree to which there are any deliverability issues. We've tried to get instructions on it from the officer dealing with it, but unfortunately I can't give you that. Then you raised, this is following down your list, Urbo 5 and Urbo 6, both of which have permissions. I think you were happy with those, so I won't deal with those. So Urbo 7, which is the Sainsbury's site. This is one that is, I'm going to answer in a way that is applicable to a number of the different sites. And there are two sides to this sort of site, if I can put it like that. This is a Sainsbury's site, and there's it's obviously a privately developed, it's going to be developed by a private organisation. There are then other sites that are council-owned infill or regeneration opportunity sites that I'll also come on to, and you'll have seen them, sir. And what has happened in respect of this site and the others that I'll flag up at the appropriate time is for the expected delivery to come forward in the, if you recall that we split up our site allocations into 0 to 5 and 5 to 10. We pushed them back into the 5 to 10 because they didn't have an express permission, and we thought it was sensible on that basis to provide it in the within that period. And so they've then been broken down largely into the periods, the years within the 5 to 10 period. And the reason we did that is because we were expecting there to be the delivery of those sites, as I said. It's just that they didn't have permission. But the fact that they don't have permission at this stage was done on that protective basis. And, of course, we were looking at, certainly at the submission date, the question of deliverability from the date that we were expecting we were going to get an adoption, and the adoption date was the date that that we put in our first 5-year tranche. So the fact is that we've taken initially an appropriate approach, and then we've adopted an approach which was conservative, and we nevertheless of the opinion that there is the ability to bring them forward because, on the one hand, with regard to the privately developed sites, they were in the call for sites and there's nothing to indicate that they wouldn't be coming forward. And on the other side, we have council-owned infill or regeneration sites that we do have an expectation that they will come forward because of them being in that ownership. And on that basis, we took the view that this was an appropriate way of identifying their deliverability. With regard to the specific information that we have available to us to identify positively beyond those factors, deliverability. So I can't point to anything in respect of these sites that I'm going to flag up beyond what I've told you. We believe that that's sufficient in the circumstances. But there's one other factor, as I say, that because we were looking at the position as at date of submission, and because we are now having to, as it were, look as to what the position will be a year's hence, essentially, there is nevertheless a period within which sites are still capable of coming forward. So whilst one is saying, well, what is the question of deliverability as at future date and time, we still have that extra year within which those sites are capable of coming forward. And that can give you comfort as to their ability to be delivered because of the future conditional sense in which we're looking at this. So that is the position that the Council adopts in respect of Urbo 7. The same answer applies with regard to SA 8.4, which is the Travis Perkins site. So from the private perspective. Urb 17 site, which is at line 64. So I don't know whether it would assist if I give you the numbers as well, the lines as well. So 64, Urb 17 is an urban infill council-owned site, and so has that level of expectancy with regard to its ability to be delivered. SA 1.3 is a private site, again, subject to, I'm going to describe it as the usual answer rather than me continually setting out what it is. So the usual answer on that. SA 7.1 is different insofar, this is line 68, is different insofar as it has a planning permission for 182 units, as we understand it there, or as I understand it rather, but I'm told the developer or the promoter went into liquidation, but it is expected to come forward, nevertheless. Then RUR02, which is, I thought it was at line 78. It is. Thank you very much. Line 78, the RUR02, you have...
Sorry, my mistake. I should have omitted RUR0.2. I know, obviously, the Headley Wood Forum are here and may want to say something, but we had that discussion.
Exactly.
I was... so, yes, in reflection, we had extensive discussions about that issue at the site hearing session. I heard what the, obviously, site broker had to say, what your council had to say, what, obviously, the interested parties had to say. So, actually, on reflection, I know where the 60 in the 5-year supply has come from there, looking back at my note.
Thank you.
So, yes, we don't need to necessarily go through that one again. My mistake, I should have omitted it. I know it might come up, and there might be a chance, but I don't want to go back over the whole... I suppose what It's the ones where I'm not entirely sure where the figures come
Yeah.
from, and I did know about that one, so apologies for that.
Thank you. So then line 80, SA 8.2, there's no, as we understand it, we haven't altered the position with regard to that. That remains as it was, expecting delivery 29:30.
Is that a council-owned site?
That I will check, but I don't think it is. I think
Okay.
it is Lodge Drive car park is potentially. I'll leave that, so I'll be told, no doubt, about that, if I may. It is council-owned. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay.
Then SA 2.4, line 90, which is the Southbury Leisure Centre. There is a PPA in place with regard to that, and it's on that basis that it's expected to come forward. Then line 91, 14, that's an infill regeneration, stroke of regeneration, council-owned site. The same is true of 20, that's 92, and also the same true of 93, SA 3.3, and actually true of all of the next 4, 94 Urbo 8, 95 Urb 13, 96 Urb 15, 97 Urb 25, and Urb 27 and number 98, and Urb 23, number 99. And then 102, SA 3.1. So I think you were wanting to know what the status of the position was with regard to that site, and it's the subject of a hybrid permission, and it's been held up because of the staircase issues. There are negotiations in place with regard to that. And then SA 2.3 is the Morrison site at number 104, and it's subject to the usual answer. SA 10.2 is line 105. That's the Arnold House site, and there has been double counting as a result of the existence of the Chase Park allocation. Then, with regard to Urb 22, I think that's the regeneration site as well, isn't it? No, that's the TfL site, forgive me. There's no change on Urb 22, 108, no change with regard to what our original allocation was, so no difficulty with regard to that. Then 109, which is SA 4.1, I should say. That's, so it's line 109. That's been brought forward by 2 years. It's has been subject to the staircasing issues that so many sites have faced, but it's now with the building safety regulator for approval. So it benefits from permission. It's settled from a planning perspective. And then line 110, RUR 01. Has been brought forward. Also, forgive me, that may be that I've got the wrong reference on that. I'll just check that. 01. Yes, that's been brought forward as well. That's the crematorium site. Don't know whether I'm reading that wrongly.
The Greenbelt allocation.
That's right, sir. We were positive around that site because of the fact that it was another site that was the subject of debate at the examination, including the indications as to the ability to bring it forward by those present. So that's why that has come forward. Then SA 4.4, which is line 112, which is the University Hospital site. There's no change in respect of our allocation on that, or rather our time periods for delivery. And then finally, SA 1.1, which is the Palace Gardens site. That's subject to the usual answer that I've given already. That's line 113. So I think that's everything that I can give you at the moment.
Thank you. And I'm taking, there are other sites, obviously, that are in the supply, and I've taken, I think they're in permission. I, as best I could, went through my notes. Sometimes it was a bit tricky for me because, obviously, the table isn't laid out in a straightforward order, so flitting between various notepads and things and trying to reconcile things, it may be that sometimes I've missed a point that was made in terms of why things. But I've got the answers to those now. Obviously, and say if when reviewing all of this, I think there's anything else, obviously I can always come back and ask for some clarification. That's no problem. Just but in terms of the general principle, obviously I will always go to the definition. So, as I said earlier, to be deliverable, if it's got permission, should be considered deliverable until permission expires. Where a site has outlined permission from Asian Development, has been allocated in development plan, has a grant of permission in principle, is identified a Bradford register, it should only be considered deliverable where there's a clear evidence that housing completion has been on site within 5 years. I think what you're telling me is that your evidence effectively is that there is no reason that these sites can't come forward. They've been promoted by site. So, they've been promoted through the examination, through the local plan process, through the call for sites. There is therefore potential for developer interest, and there is no significant constraint. And I think you said there's nothing else you can add to that. So if that is the case, then obviously that's for me now to go away and consider whether that constitutes, meets that definition. And if it doesn't, I guess to feed back and then see how that affects the trajectory and the figures and so on. Is that fair?
It is fair. Yes, thank you. So that is I've given you the explanation as to how we've gone through the process, and yes, and we'll address any matters that arise from your conclusions as to whether any of those explanations are insufficient.
Okay. I mean, one of the main things is that apart from where you've identified the double counting and with Chase Cruise Hill, the 16, they are things that would need to change. But you're not having, based on the discussion or you're going checking these figures. You're not suggesting any other changes are needed unless I come back with a view.
No, not otherwise.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then before we move on to the next row of windfall, then I'll open it. Any comments on the allocations? I mean, it doesn't have to be just about those, but the allocation delivery. We're talking 5-year supply. It may be we'll touch on some of these things when we're looking at longer term. But yes, Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, sir. I mean, obviously that picked up practically all of ours. The other one, I think, sorry if we may have missed this, is it SA 2.5 Tesco Ponders End. The reason why we mention it is because we think there's a number of Tesco sites contributing to the 5-year land supply figure. And I appreciate they were submitted at some point. I understand it was quite some time ago. What in effect it would be saying is, I think, that at least 3 separate Tesco sites would be coming forward simultaneously in Enfield in fairly short order that currently don't have any pre-apps or planning applications on them. And as much as we want to see sites come forward quickly and be delivered quickly, we felt it seemed a little unjustified, to be honest. There wasn't really evidence to support it, but everything else was picked up. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, yes, literally top of the list. In my trying to work out what was falling into year 6, I missed that one. So one assumes from what you said, would that be falling in the same category as the Sainsbury's sites?
As far as I understand it, it's going to be the same category of sites.
If in my perusal of this I find some others, then I guess I can probably, particularly if I look back at my notes, categorise them as either, I think 4 categories based on discussions. That's what you think is, assuming they've got their permission. They are the usual answer about private developers, no reason why they can't come forward, or they're council owned and will be driven, as far as you're concerned, driven forward by the council, and therefore that's justification enough.
Yes, sometimes you'll have noticed that there were some regeneration sites that were the subject of permissions or at least discussions around them. And it may be that one or more of them does have some further explanation. So no doubt you'll raise it as and when you come back to the question of deliverability and developability and when that happens. So we'll answer that if you could raise that with us. We can answer whether there's anything else that adds to it.
Okay. Thanks. Mr. Pavlou.
Yes, sorry, it's just a quick one. I've noticed that on some of these, you effectively divided the housing allocation by just 5 years. So you'll end up with 18 flats for 5 years. In reality, that's not how developers deliver apartment blocks. They normally come either in the first year or the second year. So the Edmonton Green one, for instance, you've got 175 in the first year, then 265 in the second year, which is how I would normally expect the market to deliver. Whereas the Sainsbury's Green Lanes, you've got 5 years of 74. The Travis Perkins, you've got 5 years at 17. It really isn't efficient to deliver 17 units for 5 years when you own the site. You would normally, that sort of, you build it in one go, 12 to 18 months. So I don't know if it's from an abundance of cautiousness they've divided it just by 5 and laid it out through the whole period. But in reality, the private sites that come forward will either come forward in the first or second year of that period. They won't just be prolonging it for 5 years. They'll want to get in, build and get out and move on.
Okay. I mean, so it's subject to being realistic anyway. Obviously, from my point of view, I'm looking at the 5-year block and then the post 5-year block, if you like. So it may be a mathematical exercise the council will explain, but to a certain extent, unless it's wholly throwing something completely realistic, I guess to a certain extent, if it's 17 a year or one batch of 68 over 4 years, if it's in that 5-year period, it doesn't really matter. The outcome's the same. But I take the point. And it all comes back to question of whether the my computer's just decided to randomly open a website. Apologies, just things popping up. Whether or not the information is accurate. So fair enough. I mean, we'll get an answer.
It's just a question: do they fall into that 5th year, or does it move into the 6th year? So
Yes,
is it in
quite,
the first 5,
yeah.
or is it 6 to 10?
Fair point.
That's
Yeah.
what
And I think that's the point. Where does it? Is it a mathematical exercise? We've just split it up. We've started at year 6, but actually the reality is, if it starts in year 6, it's not going. Because actually, if you think about it, and that's actually a point, if you've gone to deliver in year 6, they've got to have started in at least year 5 in the main, or year 4. So again, that comes back to the realism factor. But it might be that, but actually they won't deliver in year 6. It'll be year 7, in which case it falls at 8.
Quite so, and you highlight the difficulty that every authority finds itself in, and the reality is that if we'd have adopted Mr. Pavlou's suggestion, then we may well have been criticised for prescribing over delivery on the basis that one can't deliver that amount in the current economic climate. So there has to be some degree of conservatism when we're dealing with these sorts of numbers.
I think, obviously, this all speaks back to my point about I've got to go away now. I've heard all this and think about what it means and whether or not these figures are justified, in my view, and then obviously come back with some actions and then see what the outcome of that is. And it may, you know, I don't really want to have a fourth bite of the cherry at this, if I can avoid it. But if you know, there's still things to actually resolve, we can do through written reps hopefully. But you know, if there's still actions to resolve, then we'll have to see. The other issue will be a bit how big an issue it is. You know, if it's is it fairly insignificant or is it fairly sizable? Once I've come to that view, I need to go away and ponder it. But anyway, thank you for that. Nothing else on that, Mr. Bavley, put your side down. Thank you. And are you any more on the allocation side of it? No. So I'll move on then to the next. Well, it's not a row in the table, but it is a sort of row in the spreadsheet on the trajectory all sites, and that is the row entitled Other Sites Identified in the HELA. So I just want to understand those, because I think the note, the 5-year supply note, says that in paragraph 20, also in the allocations column are sites identified in the HELA were not allocated, but have been included in the overall land supply and include identified schemes on small sites. So that's the first thing. So that implies that the 3,655 or 5,628 that are in the table for allocations also includes those HELA sites, which, so they're not allocations. That probably needs to be unpicked if at any time we ask for a revision. And I think I apologise now if this is going over discussions we've had previously, but I think you have to walk me through what that row in the spreadsheet means. And so from the spreadsheet, it amounts to 267 units from sites identified in the HELA. Let me just get this right. Yeah, so 267 in 2930, and then 112 in 20 to 21. So if you take the 5 years starting in 26-27, that's 379 units in what I would consider the 5-year supply. So again, they have to be in the deliverable category to be counted in the 5-year supply. Obviously, so I think just a bit of explanation about what these are and how they are included in the 5-year supply. So what evidence is there about delivery if they're not allocations, not permissions, and so on.
So one second, sir. So I just nudge my cable. So one second. Yeah. So they are essentially rows rows 116 to 164. Again, they have been included previously, but I can provide more of a detailed explanation. I was just working within the parameters of the table you provided, so I didn't want to overcomplicate matters, but I can obviously provide further details on those sites where they've come from.
Well, I think broadly, I mean, what is it? I mean, how have they ended up in the 5-year supply? What are they, first and foremost? So they're not permissions. They're not all small sites. There's some which are bigger than the small site definition, as far as I can tell. They're not permissions, they're not allocations. Irrespective of where you didn't want to mess around with the temp, fair enough, you know where to put them, that's okay. But it's still the fundamental question is, how do they end up in the 5-year supply figure? Because if they're not actually any of those categories.
I think the reason, and we'll confirm it, but what I expect has happened, sir, is that because they are within the HELA, they were identified for their appropriateness and their availability, and on that basis, a conclusion was reached that they were capable, and forgive me, they are also capable of being delivered. And on that basis, given where they came from, which was ultimately the call for sites, that they are another category that has essentially been expected to come forward for the reasons I indicated previously. So it's more that they've been carved out of the other elements that are the subject of the total supply. But I will get that confirmed.
So, and again, this is where we might have had this discussion before, so I apologise if you've already answered this question. But my next logical answer is if they've been identified as being suitable for development and they came forward through the call for sites, then why weren't they allocated?
Yes. That is an observation. That is an observation. And from one perspective, they could be, of course. But that hasn't happened. And this is a point, of course, that's been ranged against us in respect of small sites and as to whether or not small sites should have been allocated. We'll come on to that later. But whilst that is the case, when it comes back to the issue of both soundness and the appropriateness of requiring further work to be done that ultimately isn't going to change the overall approach or strategy of the plan, if one were to have to go back over these various sites and consider whether they should be now allocated, it only amounts to a relatively small number. So it wouldn't affect the soundness, or not on the basis it wouldn't affect the strategy of the plan. So point noted as to whether it should have happened in the first place, but just the important question is whether it's now part of the trajectory, and it is.
Okay. I'm bound to ask, because I think it's a continuation of that point, and it is unfortunately coming all the way back to January, probably, when we were talking about site selection methodologies and things. And I'm sort of loath to reopen that particular issue, but obviously going back to that point, is if you've got this tranche of sites that, and what I don't know on an individual basis is whether they've been, the call for sites and the healer was a point in time. Have those, you've allocated what you've allocated, and then obviously the world moves on, and you've continued to look at these sites and looked at them again at some point and gone, actually these might actually be deliverable or developable, suitable, so on. But it's happened after the plan's been submitted, and so it couldn't have been taken into account, or whether that was done prior to the allocated submission of the plan, in which case obviously there's a question mark, I suppose, about, well, from a site selection point of view, how did these slip through the net? Now, you might not be able to answer that because it might be a case-by-case basis, but I pose it as a thing for me to think about, I suppose, again, in the going back to my notes, I suppose, on stage one.
Yes, sir. And when one looks at the sites, and I'm just scanning through them, and they are all bar, I think 117 is the one that has a pre-app. Call for sites that are, and save for the Shire's estate, small in scale. On that basis, so it may be that there are specific reasons associated with those. And on the face of it, they all appear to be urban sites. But I need to get that rechecked. So whilst there may be a question as to whether they should have come back in the allocation process,
ultimately it doesn't make very much difference to the appropriateness of including them in the first place. I'm speaking somewhat out of turn at the moment, so because I'm just looking at as to what they consist of. Can I come back to you on that? Sir?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the row 115,
Yes.
and
115, so
115, which is the heading or the
Yes.
healer identified, so it's not allocated, include. Now, there's if you scroll along, then you get to 20, 35, 36. There's some totals in there.
Yes.
1,600, 1,400, 1,300, 1,100, 1,200, 1,000. Those numbers are getting quite significant, but I don't know. They purely. So I thought that must be the case. So the totals in the heading.
I think you can ignore the totals. Yeah, they're in the same line, but not related.
Okay. I thought that must be the case.
That would be an impressive total given the numbers.
I'm going to say, I think
one gets underneath.
doesn't make sense, but yeah, I suppose I have to make sure I understand everything.
Yes.
Okay. So I think yes, the first sort of handful, 335, 150, 49, 20, 30. These are in this sort of. I think the threshold, remind me, is 25 units. It was under 0. Well, it wasn't 0.25 or 25 units. I think was the threshold. So obviously some of these, apart from the first 4 rows, may well be below your threshold.
Yes.
So take that.
That's
And so, I suppose from a healer perspective, notwithstanding some of these might also be small sites for small site windfalls, but how does sort of, I think I might have raised this before, if not, is the question of large site windfalls? Because the supply figures, I think I'm right in saying, don't have a large site windfall allowance. They are small site windfalls and that's source. So, how do these, and then there's a point we'll come on to is about, when we get onto small site windfalls, about you've made some kind of, correction to do with double counting. We'll come on to that. But I just want to think about, should I be looking at these figures in that healer row, if you like, as windfalls, because they're not identified in the local plan. It may be that you don't put, it's almost like a windfall allowance. So these are evidence of the potential for sites which are larger, large sites coming forward. Because is it likely if we're thinking of the real world that actually there will be some large site windfalls coming forward in the planned period in Enfield? And is that a missing component of supply?
Well, there's been a full trawl of the sites that are capable of coming forward. And that's accepted by all parties in terms of what's available in supply terms. And from one perspective, of course, there may be sites that would come forward. But given that full trawl, one would be able to have some confidence that there isn't going to be a factor that will incorporate a large site, or there won't be the prospect of a large site coming forward to such a degree that there should be a factor introduced to that effect. So, just looking at how these sites should be regarded, the definition of a windfall within the MPPF, a site's not specifically identified in the development plan. And in circumstances where they are within the trajectory of a 5-year housing land supply that's going into the plan and are known about, query whether that would actually still be something that is identified in the development plan, albeit not allocated within the plan, because it's known about, in short. So I would respectfully suggest that they shouldn't be regarded as some other different category in the light of that. And with regard to the large windfall element for the same reasons.
As I set out earlier on, it wouldn't be appropriate. But
Okay, fair enough, understood. And your view on these being deliverable is effectively the same approach as you've said about the other things. There's no evidence. There's interest, and they seem, on the face of it, to be suitable. No reason why they can't come forward, etc.
Yes, based on the call for sites and the HELA analysis.
Okay, right. So before I move on to windfalls, I will just any comments on that component. Mr. Pavlou, I think you first.
Yeah, just to say that there are 1,000 units within those HELA sites, and 267 are spread in the first 5 year of the plan, and the other 750 are put in the later period of the plan. These are probably obvious brownfield sites, in my view, that would come forward. I would also argue that there is a load, in our view, we put forward a number of sites in the submissions that are large site windfalls that haven't been allocated. We know, for instance, there's large sites around the Colosseum Retail Park that haven't been allocated that could easily come forward within this plan period. So we would strongly urge you to reconsider and say there is a realistic prospect for some large site windfalls that will come out of this process.
Okay, looking at row BO, or BD, is it? I can't remember. It's the remaining estimate capacity. If I add up that entire column, it's overall, it's 1,014 for the HELA. So, yes. Okay. But when you get beyond the first few, I think it's fair to say then we start looking at, there's a lot of small contributions, perhaps. They're all small. I mean, if you take the view that the threshold for allocate, not your point about large site windfalls, but the threshold was 25 dwellings, so the majority of those would be below that. So it then comes back into the point about small site windfalls, which we'll come on to. Okay. But the point about large site windfalls, okay, noted. Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, sir. Just to say as well on the large site windfalls, I mean, I think the position on Colosseum Park, depending on what the outcome is on that, would suggest that there is quite a significant potential for large site windfalls. The mention for PL11 of Anglo Aquatic isn't, as you rightly say, part of PL11, but it is another site which doesn't appear elsewhere, and it is a large site. And that again would be, if it doesn't appear in the HELA, would be another large windfall site. In terms of the shires, we're very pleased to see it in there, but I do remember back during stage 1 conversations when we were saying it should be in there and we were being told it can't be in there because of flooding restrictions, and we were saying there's other sites around there which are located nearby, which could also be allocated. I was just wondering how one now has got through, but the other ones didn't. Metro Point is, I think, a new one with the pre-app that we haven't seen before. And just on that site, I'm guessing it's an office conversion, looking at various details on it. I could be wrong. And that made me wonder why it's taking so long to come forward, and could it not be brought forward further to try and get it into the London plan target. That was it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I mean, in terms of like the reality, again, what we're talking about here, this is maths and statistics, and then there's the real world. And if these sites come forward of their own volition, then they'll go into the supply, and yes, the supply will go up, and it may well be that it will exceed. The council will exceed expectations in getting closer to. It'd be lovely to think that if you allocate a site, it automatically comes forward. It's not the case. You can allocate a site and you can send all the right signals. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. Similarly, you don't allocate a site and it comes forward. And these things, it's not a perfect system in that respect. I would say that there's another way of looking at Metro Point, for example, would be if I was to impose the absolute definition of what the framework says is a deliverable site, then it might not be, because there's no actual clear evidence it's going to come forward in 5 years. No permission, there's no allocation, there's nothing. So by also, yes, it could come forward sooner than that. Equally, I could say, well, I don't think it should be in the 5-year supply at all for those reasons. So, you know, who knows is the answer to that sometimes. Okay, so a couple of points there, again, going back to the large site windfalls, I suppose, mainly. Which I accept I've introduced as a discussion point. It's not in your supply.
No, sir, and I've explained why it is that the approach that we've adopted is, we think, right. But one, of course, can point to other scenarios, and if one thinks about the Anglo-Aquatic site, that is actually part of the delivery that would be coming forward through the Cruise Hill allocation. So I take the point that it is a separate permission, but nevertheless within its purview. As to the other locations, of course, again, one can identify other sites that might be capable of coming forward, but if one's looking at the Shires and Metro Point, they've both been identified at this stage, and so, as I said before, one can query whether they're truly windfalls in that sense.
Yeah, I think the other point, I'd obviously, going what I said at the start and what I've said before, is when obviously in the world of looking at emission sites, arguably these HELA sites are kind of emission sites, even though you've identified them as potentially having some capacity. If I've said it today or not, I can't remember, but you know, if I was to determine that the council needed to allocate more sites in the first instance, you would be asked to go away and look at it. I'm not going to tell you what they are. So in a way, you know, there's no point me looking at these lists of potentials, because that's not really what we're here to talk about.
There's one point that's been made about the Shires, its appropriateness for coming forward, and I'll take that away as to whether or not I need to say anything. I'll deal with at another point.
Okay, right. I'm moving on then to windfalls. Small site windfalls. So, yes, we know there's nothing, it's all small site windfalls. The figure that's been put in is 353, I think, a year, which, is that right? Yes. Yes. Yes, 353 a year, which I think is reflective of the 10-year, it's 3,530, I think, is it, in the London plan, so you've broken that down to an annual figure because that's based on 10 years and rolled that forward. It's effectively the case. So is that correct? Yeah. And then there's this line in the table about I've said the correction or adjustment you've made to accommodate. Well, I think just clarify what these figures are. I think your notes say something there to do with HELA sites and not double counting. So yeah, is that effectively what we've just been talking about? Quite a lot of those sites would be classed as small sites. So the concern is that they would, if you counted them both, they would be double counting.
Yeah, it's a formula that's in the spreadsheet, taking anything that's below the 0.25 hectare out from that windfall to make sure we're not double counting.
I'm just wondering the extent to which, if the HELA sites aren't windfalls, you know, they have been identified and therefore don't class as windfalls, why would they be double counting the windfall outs? Is this presumably comes back to how GLA came up with their requirement or target or whatever the figure is, and it's based on, if it's been based on some kind of assessment of capacity on the ground, then what you've got in the HELA might be contributing to that sort of supply. Is that how it works?
Yeah, so with those smaller sites, you can see the small sites allowance doesn't kick in until, 1 second, just get a figure. Yeah, it doesn't kick in until, I'm just getting the figure up now, 26. Yeah, the small sites, yeah, it doesn't kick in until 26, 27, but we haven't actually subtracted anything until 29-30 because they are the other HELA sites, the emission sites, we were just talking about before. There's no delivery in 26, 27, 27, 28, 28, 29 from those sites at the moment. So there's no small sites that's been subtracted from the windfall for those years. Whereas in 29-30, that's when we do have delivery in some of those sites, and that's why they've been, the sites that are below 0.25 have been subtracted at that point.
Okay. So if I were to conclude, again, this is where I might get into this sort of potentially semantic argument, whereas if I were to conclude those sites in the HELA didn't meet the definition of deliverable, then logically, the 353 would go back up to 353 and you don't with the same figure anyway.
That's true.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I have nothing else to say about that. Any points on small site windfalls? I think the only other point I was going to make, this is now reflecting, obviously, the position at submission was different, wasn't it? It was basically, the council has taken a view that at the time it wasn't able to deliver. Am I right? And this is a London plan requirement or target or figure, and now you've concluded that you would be able to, and therefore you've pushed that number up.
Time, so we considered that we could meet the London plan figure.
Right.
I'm just working through our position. I think Mr. Gillespie may be better than I.
So I think at the time we didn't have the evidence at the point of submission to meet the London plan target. When we had further monitoring data in terms of completions, we were confident. It's included in the housing topic paper, our evidence as to why we think we now can achieve that 343.
Because the council was criticised, wasn't it? Submission for if you like, underplaying the small site provision. That's why not say that's why you put it up, but you felt you could put it up to meet London plan. So yeah,
that's correct.
Yeah, thank you. So Mr. Byrne, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just a couple of points. I don't know whether this is a point to mention, but I think there may need to be some clarity about small sites definition between the London plan definition and the definition which the council appears to sometimes use, but maybe not consistently based on what's been said. It's to do with, I think they put a cap on the number of homes, and the London plan doesn't do that. So if you're monitoring them, you would lose, for example, large office conversions out of your trajectory for small sites. It doesn't add any more numbers, but in terms of meeting the London plan requirement or the component for small sites, the council would be undercooking it. The other point is that, and it will get quite confusing with monitoring as well. The other point is that the 353 is a minimum, and we often exceed that minimum because small sites play an important part of our delivery historically. So we get up to 550, 545 in the last few years, well above the 353. I think there is an argument perhaps that a more positive view could be taken of the within the London plan period of our small site delivery in there. And the other thing that I noticed, and this comes back to a point earlier, which is I couldn't understand why there was no 353 figure in 2025-26. I know we're part way through, and so they're already counting some of those in the extant planning permissions, but there's still a way to go, and there is still sites coming forward. So I was a bit unsure why the 353 wasn't in there in that particular year. That was it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Just the first point about the definitions. And council can obviously answer this, if they're defined differently, what you're saying, because of that change of definition, somehow they disappear into the ether, but wouldn't they be counted? The completion will be counted. And I'm assuming that I mean, I know there was a question about the 4,907 and definitions thing, but presumably the small sites completions are all in there. Well, you know, that's not excluding any completions in terms of small sites.
No, it's to do with the consistency with the London plan. And so it's not generating any more numbers.
No.
It's where the numbers fall out and how the London plan small sites target is followed and adhered to, and in terms of the trajectory, because it asks, it says you should consider the trajectory of your small sites. So to do that, you have to monitor them accurately, for want of a better word, and if you do that, you see a lot more small sites being delivered in Enfield than perhaps are being realised, which would make a difference to the trajectory of those sites in Enfield.
Okay, thank you. Council. Is there anything you want to come back on?
Just in terms of the definition point, in terms of size thresholds, I think we dealt with that in our E7.14 note on the site selection process, paragraphs 3.24 to 3.29, where there was a change in the threshold in terms of site size between Reg 18 and Reg 19, but we did use a 25 dwellings or less than 0.25 hectare threshold.
Is the point being made that London Plan or London Monitoring, I'm not sure the extent to which this actually has any bearing on my deliberations, it doesn't matter, if this is the case, it doesn't matter whether it's 50 dwellings, if it's 0.25, it's a small site, is that the point? So, yeah, so it might well be, the one question is in terms of monitoring, the 0.25 threshold / 25 dwellings is the threshold for allocating a site. Is that also how the small sites are monitored?
I need to check, sir. We'll have to check, sir, but my recall looking through the annual monitoring report that the council produces, I don't think we do break it down in that way.
Okay.
But I suppose part of the response is that going forwards, once the plan is adopted, the monitoring framework could monitor on that basis.
Okay. Which might be a difference. But the other substantive point made is that the 353 is now in line with the London Plan, but it's a minimum, and that the evidence suggests that you actually can deliver significantly more than 353, and that perhaps it should be reflected somewhere to show the likelihood or be more positive. Any views on that?
I think, as I said before, we moved our position on likely delivery from small sites based upon a couple of years of additional monitoring data. So originally, as I say, we didn't feel we were able to meet the London Plan target. Now we feel that we're able to. I don't think we have additional evidence that over the rest of the plan period we will necessarily continue to significantly exceed that 343. But as you say, sir, if they are coming through, they will be delivered and they will be added to the supply. But we haven't the evidence over the whole plan period to justify a higher figure.
So there's the other point to make about the H2 requirement, that's to say in the London Plan, because it is a minimum target, but it is set in terms to be a target that can amount to
can be taken to amount, rather, to a reliable source of windfall sites, which provides the compelling evidence required as it then was under the 2019 NPPF. And so for the purposes of judging soundness, it is a strong basis for reaching the conclusion that we've so far adopted.
Okay, thank you. No, thank you. Good, thank you. So very quickly then, lapse rate, because I want to go through all of the rows. Nothing too strenuous on this, other than your lapse rate. The note says 5%, and sets out where the lapse rate's not been included. I notice on the table, row 34 on the fourth trajectory all sites, I think it says 10%. So just to be accurate, which is
that was a typo of 10%. Just say it is 5%. Yes,
5%.
we've checked the formulas just to make absolutely sure. But yeah, that is 5%.
And is this a judgment based on sort of experience as much as anything else? Because there's absolutely nothing. There's nothing. I think I'm right in saying. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is in PPG that necessarily says that you should you're required or to include a lapse rate. Obviously, if something's deliverable, it's classed as being deliverable. So, what's the thinking on this? Is this purely from experience and trying to reflect reality?
So I think our housing topic paper, paras 4.19 to 4.21, set out our justification for that lapse rate based on local data. So over a 10-year period, we had a primary lapse rate of approximately 4.74%. Meaning that around 5% of approved planning permissions for dwellings were not realised.
Okay, understood. Any points on that? No, good. So, that takes us then to the overall the total supply figure of 5,630 or 7,233, and then we have the actual the calculation at the bottom. They've already talked about that, and it may be that I ask for, as I say, I would hold fire until I perhaps do a written note on this. It may not be 5.87 or 6, depending on how we go about it. So, and apart from where you've identified corrections that need, you again, based on discussion, you're standing by your supply figures as set out. Is that, yeah, okay.
Yes, that's right.
And I think you've acknowledged that if the 5 years requirement, if the 5 year requirement was calculated on the basis of the PPG with the shortfall as suggested in PPG and the 20% as suggested in PPG, if you were starting from 927 and those figures, you wouldn't have a 5 year supply. And so we need to do that. Yeah.
Yes, true.
So again, I think we've touched on this already in terms of if that was the conclusion I came to, and if the situation were to become more or become worse from what we've talked about, if some things were to fall away, again, we've got to think about what that means in terms of outcomes and potential solutions, if you like. So we've talked already about the likelihood of allocating more deliverable sites or identifying more deliverable sites. You've answered that. We talked about stepped trajectory. Is that obviously something you've already put to me? So that's presumably something you'd be suggesting. We need to understand what that would mean in terms of the steps. Are there any other things you think could be done to address the situation if we take the view as it stands there is no 5 year supply?
Beyond what I said earlier on, so there isn't anything that we envisage can be done beyond. Sorry, not beyond. To the nothing more that can be done to meet the requirements. I won't repeat what I've said already. But
So we are on to stepped trajectories or things. In terms of whether or not, I don't think we've ever discussed review. And whether, you know, obviously what the council's views are. I mean, there's one thing, obviously, the idea of an early review is a fairly standard response to not just about 5-year supply, it might be other things as well. But one thing I just wanted to check your position on what the transitional arrangements in the December 2024 framework set out when a review should be undertaken. And I think, you know, where this plan sits, slightly different because of the London plan situation, but I think it's, if it's 80%, less than 80% of the standard methodology, immediate review is effectively required. Is that correct? So would you be, because obviously we're not using the standard methodology per se here, it's a capacity-based approach, but irrespective of that, I think the requirement would be less than 80% of the standard methodology.
Yes, I need to look back if I may just.
We don't quite know where the London plan and the London plan review process sits in this. But I don't know if you've got any, say, you might have to look at what views might be on, you know, the process of review and how that might work, or will it have any bearing on my consideration of the issues, do you think?
Rather than take up time now, can I be dealing with this as we go through it? Unless we've come to the end of the session. If we have, then I'll take some time now. But
no, we've got a little bit more to pick up on. So we'll leave that there. Do you have anything else you want to say about the 5-year supply situation at this stage?
no, sir. So all I would say, just as a generality with regard to review, it wouldn't alter any of the conclusions that have so far been adopted. And I dealt with this back at stage 1. In relation to the justification for release of the green belt in this instant, that the existence of a 5-year supply, the existence of a 5-year review period, wouldn't overcome all of the issues that are currently facing the authority. They're going to be in place just as much in the future, all the indications are. So that if one is looking forward to, well, what is the consequence of review, one needs to necessarily take into account all of the indications of where needs are going with regard to London as a whole. And the only indications are that all of the conclusions we're so far reaching are justified, again. So I'll just, I just gained a little bit of time because I wanted to look at the
So,
specifics.
as you say, taking back to that discussion, the other thing that I think I mooted at the time of thinking about all the options available, and one of those options is obviously to reduce the requirement as well, and we talked about that as well. So that's, there's no, without prejudice to anything, clearly these are the things we have talked about as options. Might not just be related to 5-year supply, might be other issues if other things.
an option, of course, is to do that, but it doesn't. What that doesn't, again, engage with are all the justifications for the release, because the release isn't solely about the requirement for absolute numbers. It's also how one delivers the other important changes that the council believes need to be met in the short term. I won't go back over all of
Yeah, I'm not necessarily just thinking about Greenbelt release here. It's obviously about overall delivery, and this is what we're going to come on to in the next thing, is about the post 5-year, the 6 to 10, 11, 16 year period, and develop all sites. So, and that's all, again, there's maybe issues there, which will come back to what you're expecting, what you've set your requirement to be, whether it's realistic and so on. But before I move on to that, any final points on 5 years play that haven't been picked up that people and a burning desire to say? Okay, thank you. All right. So on that then, we'll move on then to effectively the final set of questions I had, which is about, the MPPF requires specific developable sites or broad locations for growth for years 6 to 10, and where possible for years 11 to 15 of the remaining plan period. Your statement indicates that you have a developable supply of 10,191 dwellings in the 6 to 10 year period and around 6,170 in the remaining plan period. And then you've obviously pointed out that there are a number of sites you expect to deliver beyond the plan period as well, and we've talked about that before. Just for setting the context of what is a developable site. A developable site is must be in a suitable location with a reasonable prospect that they will be available and could be viably developed at the time envisaged. Obviously, we discussed much of that during stage 2 in terms of are they in a suitable location at least, and possibly to the extent to which they're available, understanding where they are in that process. And we talked a little bit about, we also talked about whether or not they were likely to come forward in certain periods. We've already talked about this as it's been moved, lots of the sites have been moved forward or moved back to later in the plan period to reflect potential availability. So I don't necessarily want to go back over individual sites to any degree, but clearly a lot of the sites had no particular developer activity related to them at the time of the discussion. But on that basis, and going back to what you've said about what I might class the year 6 sites, the private year 6 sites, are you content that you have sufficient evidence of these sites' availability for development at the time of it to be classified as a developable site?
Yes, sir. For the based upon their existence in the call for sites process, their consideration as appropriate within the HELAR process and under the other processes that you're aware of.
And is it fair to say that the level of certainty required to be a developable site is less than what would be a 5-year deliverable site?
Yes, sir. The justification I just gave was on the basis of the test contained within the MPPF, which sets a lower bar than for developability over deliverability.
We've discussed this before again, but we've got some new data, and I think when we're looking at the developable supply over time and whether it's realistic or not, we come back to your expect annual completion rates, and just looking at whether or not it all seems to stack up to some kind of reality. Looking at projected completions, we get up to close to 1,000 dwellings per hectare. Blimey, that'd be intense, wouldn't it? Dwellings per annum from 2025 to 2029, and then there's a leap to 1,800 a year in 29-30, and then we're up to over 2,500 a year for several years, and then back sort of below 2,000 for the last few years of the plan period. In the plan period so far, you've managed an average of 790 a year, although I do acknowledge that you've got close to over 1,000, I think, last year, and close to 1,000 in other years. So, perhaps has been some improvement, but there still obviously needs to be a very big ramp up. And again, I know we talked about this at stage 2, but that was without all these numbers. Actually, it was far less information in front of me. So, what is going to precipitate this ramping up, almost doubling, or at least or more than doubling of completions in the sort of 6+ years onwards?
No doubt there'll be, or maybe some other comments, but obviously with Cruise Hill and Chase Park in place, those are going to make a substantial contribution just in their own right, as are Meridian and the other H1 sites, and those together are going to start to deliver, and much of the, certainly with regard to Chase Park and Cruise Hill, there's been a considerable amount of work done to ensure their delivery. You've heard already at the earlier stages the degree to which it's expected that they'll come forward in the sort of timescales that are envisaged within the trajectory. And there is, of course, a record of delivery in Meridian Water that is needing to be increased, but the council has the ability to bring those forward, and it can be looked at in a positive light again in given what you heard at the earlier stages. With regard to the H1 sites, of course, conclusions have been reached in relation to their coming forward, but the important point to note is, the council thinks, is that the allocation of those sites is an important step in ensuring their delivery. So, coupled with the fact that they are being promoted in the first place, and the identification of them through this plan, the council expects those to be capable of being delivered in the way that's been anticipated. And Mr. Gillespie's going to add to that.
Yeah, just to add on the sort of numbers, I suppose. So in the last monitoring year, it was just over 1,100 completions that we had. And in terms of looking at sort of 2031, 32 onwards, we're talking about 1,000 or more, just under 1,000, and 1,000 or more being delivered via Cruise Hill, Chase Park and Meridian Water. So that is the principal step up in terms of delivery. But alongside that, obviously the other allocations in the plan also start making their contribution from that period. And it ties slightly back in with that sort of 5-year delivery discussion that we were having, and the fact that we have pushed quite a few of the sites to start in that 2030, 31 or 31, 32 period. And it is, clearly it's a best estimate at this point in time as to when sites might start delivering. We all know that some sites may actually start delivering slightly earlier than we've estimated at this point in time, and some other sites might start slightly later. So this is a broad estimate of when we think it is reasonable to assume delivery. And as I say, it's Cruise Hill, Chase Park and Meridian Water that account for the vast majority of that step up.
So the point being, again, so is the point that if you take those 3 sites out of the equation, albeit Meridian Water might be delivering some now, you've been able to deliver at most 1,100 in a year. If that were to continue, that's the 11. So the remainder is on those 3. So they're the new aspects of supply. So everything else can go along at its sort of the normal rate, and then you've got these extra special categories.
Plus a small assistance from the other allocations in the plan, relatively small compared to Cruise Hill, Chase Park and Meridian Water.
Okay. And it might be different, so, but in terms of, again, just thinking about capacity to deliver that amount of housing, we've heard a lot about the problems with supply chain and skills and everything else. So, albeit that this ramping up is a few years away, Do you envisage any issues there?
I think we had a lot of discussion at stage 2, sir, about likely delivery rates, and as always, two sides, developers always anticipating they can deliver more quickly and at higher rates. Others around the table suggesting that that's not going to be achievable, and I think the council, now having reviewed the delivery rates, have tried to take a middle ground. I think it's important for a local plan to be ambitious and realistic, if that's possible at the same time. And we think, looking at the evidence that we have available in terms of delivery rates on other large sites and the revisions we've made, that those are reasonable assumptions.
So is it realistic or ambitious? It's not only is it allowed, it's required. Prepared positive in a way which is aspirational but deliverable is the words. So it's perfectly reasonable for you to be those things, provided it's realistic. Okay. Fine, thank you. So again, and I'm sort of loath in a sense, because we have had, as you said, we did have quite extensive discussions about Chase Park and Cruise Hill. I don't necessarily want to go into those again, but I will. It's just a thing I will note. If there's anything you want to say about it, but again, this constant reminder that those discussions are still live in my head. If you're like, that wasn't done. That's all interrelated. I think Cruise Hill is, you've assumed, once things get going, it's sort of 250. Goes between sort of 145, 250, 200, but then levels off at 250 a year, give or take, for the rest of the plan period. And then, so that's sort of a steady amount. And then Chase Park. So I've got that wrong way around, sorry, Chase Park, yes, steady, and then Cruise Hill ramp. But that Cruise Hill's are more variable, where you're expecting things to again, ramp up towards the end. I've got my notes on this, no doubt, but I just understand why one's a sort of steady, it's not a trickle, it's more than a trickle, but a steady sort of delivery, whereas Chase Park can be delivered at a sort of, or whichever way around, the other way around again. Why the difference, I suppose?
I think part of it, sir, is because for Chase Park, the majority of that is going to be delivered by Coma Homes. So they may well have a couple of flags on the site, but it's largely controlled by a single developer, whereas there will be multiple developers on Cruise Hill and a variety of products. And we think the variable trajectory reflects the likely phasing, for want of a better word, phasing of the delivery over that period.
Okay, and obviously, I said obviously a lot today, sorry. Maybe it's not obvious, but going back to what I said at the start about the outstanding piece of consultation that's going now, we may have to return to some of this issue at some point, depending on what response I get and so on. Meridian Water, I think you've delivered less than 600, or expecting around 600. 568 between 2024 and 2029, and then between 2029 and 2034 it goes up to 2,900, and then 2034 to 24 3,600. So again, a very significant jump. Is that, again, just remind me what the reasons for that would be? Just plots coming forward. I mean, at one point, you get, at some points in Meridian Water, you're getting up to 650 plus a year, which is extremely significant. Now, I accept Meridian Water is quite a very large area with lots of allocations and probably lots of outlets on it. But I guess if you can deliver that, why isn't it delivering it now?
Yes, thank you, sir. So yeah, just to update you on Meridian Water. So we have a permission in place for numbers not on the top of my head, but around 977 in situ on phase 1, which is what is currently under construction. So that is. I was on site the other week, and it's, I guess, kind of half finished with 3 blocks remaining to be started on site. However, they've been held up by the same second staircase issues which have affected a lot of development in London. So we're not expecting that entirety of that permission to be built out in the near future, but progress a bit slower than we were hoping for. In terms of, so I'm just getting this right. In terms of the phase 2, which is SA 5.5, sorry, that's wrong. That's wrong from my end. SA 5.2. We have 1 block on site, which is on site right now. Core is being constructed. The elevation is being clad with bricks, so we're expecting that to be done in the 5-year period. The rest of that outline permission is being progressed, but again, being held up by site-specific issues and second staircase issues and other wider economic issues. So, but we still expect that to happen, just not in the 0 to 5 stage. Yep, thank you.
Then, so if some of these things are slowing down delivery in the immediate future, and then you're expecting, presumably, the constraints to disappear the constraints disappear quite significantly, because you go from 142 a year to 2028, 2029, then you jump to 600 a year from that. So to get to the 600, is that mainly things which are currently in the pipeline then in terms of permissions, given how long it might take to gestate?
So yes, so I think we have a robust pipeline of permissions, and we have had, as I've just mentioned, the issues that I've mentioned affecting the short-term delivery of that. We've also had the progression of other enabling works, such as infrastructure, road, for instance, a new bridge getting put in. It's on site just now, scheduled for completion next year, which will unlock a lot of these sites, including the Harbert Road site as well. So currently they are pretty much inaccessible by car or foot, unless you're walking around a kind of canal and the side of the site. So we're anticipating that as that infrastructure comes online, as well as things like the heat network and the wider economic background hopefully re-ravels, if that's the right phrase. As soon as that, we are anticipating that delivery will pick up again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
There is a point as well that you've flagged up already, which is that one shouldn't be looking at just one. This is one single site because of the number of operators and the number of sites that are capable of coming forward.
Thank you. I had some questions about some individual sites, but I think we've probably done its death, and I think I know where the council's going to come from. There's some examples, and I think actually Mr. Pavlou pointed one out about that some 200 SA 3.1 is 265 in 1 year, and then drops down a little bit. Obviously, I'm assuming that's because the expectation is that would be in generally flats, and so perhaps delivered in one lump rather than spread out, and that's probably the argument why. Yeah. Whereas I think in some cases, as pointed out, sometimes they're split out even in the longer term, 20 years over time, obviously it might not necessarily deliver in that way. It might come forward in different chunks, but it's the period is still, you think it's going to come forward in that period. So I'm not going to get too bogged down in individual years. If going back to a well-worn tread in this discussion about if I were to consider the long-term trajectory to be overly optimistic, if I was to come to that conclusion, again, I think where does that leave the plan? Where do you in terms of soundness issues and or remedy?
Same position, I think. So if one has at all the later years a failure to achieve the trajectory, because it's a supply-based approach on those later periods, in theory, one would just reduce down if one considers that there's going to be difficulties in being able to achieve it, one would, yes, reduce down the requirement accordingly. But it would have to be in reflection of those sites that aren't capable of coming forward, because you'll have reached the conclusion ultimately that but for the question of deliverability, it's a sound approach within the plan. So it's in a sense that part of the process will be preceded by your consideration as to what should happen with those bigger elements of the supply that are reflected in the spatial strategy, namely Cruise Hill and Chase Park. Once you reach that conclusion, then of course you'll be there'll be limits to which you'll be reducing down the trajectory, or the requirement in order to meet the trajectory.
I suppose as well, the other thing to think about is that even if I were to conclude that it's optimistic and may not deliver, it doesn't necessarily mean, if we're talking about the brownfield sites, say, that they are inherently unsound. In terms of, I think this goes back to actually the Coliseum Retail Park, obviously, it's a similar sort of point, isn't it? That it might well be a sound to allocate a site for regeneration, redevelopment, and identify what you want to see, but recognising that the expectation is that that figure may not be delivered in the plan period, or may not be delivered in the timing that you expect it to, and therefore still you could still allocate it for that number. But in terms of the outcome, it might not be.
Quite so. That's exactly right. That as a matter of strategy, it may well be appropriate to allocate it with the open expectation that it is capable of coming forward, but nevertheless recognising that actually there are difficulties with regard to the overarching trajectory.
Okay. So one thing we've not, well, I think this might come out of things I've got to think about in terms of actions, is what all of this looks like in terms of a stepped trajectory, and what, in terms of how, if a modification to table 2.2 is needed, what that would look like. I think you were saying, well, that's actually you're saying I have got that because that's in these figures and that's how it's all been set out. So I've got that. So obviously I need to go away and look at that and think about everything I've heard and see whether or not does it work and what changes might be needed if they are needed. Have you anything more to say on the stepping of the trajectory?
No, sir, I don't. I can deal, I think, with the point around the early review, but we'll deal with that perhaps at the end.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'll see if there's any comments. Just wrapping up on my sort of year 6 onwards points. Okay, so any points from this side of the table on those matters, Mr. Byrne?
Yeah, thank you, sir. It's just a point on Meridian Water when it sort of ramps up in years 6 to 10, and I'm not sure how, and then drops back down again. And I'm not sure how the year 6 to 10 is justified in terms of what that would require in terms of sales per week. So rough calculation, that's 6 per week on average, which would be very, very high, assuming 50% is affordable housing, if that's achieved. And I just wonder, therefore, whether there's not an argument perhaps for kind of smoothing it out a bit and shifting some towards the back end, because there is, I don't think that there's, it would be difficult to see how that could be justified, that rate of sales that kind of site would require.
Okay, so what would the consequence of that be in terms of soundness?
In terms of soundness, it's got to be based on evidence of deliverability, and the evidence of deliverability of 6 sales per week doesn't exist.
But if you're suggesting that you could smooth it out by spreading it out over the rest of the plan period, then are you querying whether you could, you know, if the total is the total the same then in your mind? Are you saying that actually more should be pushed beyond the plan period?
Well, I'm saying that that's a potential solution. I couldn't work out why it wouldn't do that in the first place, given that it was such a high step up that I wasn't sure what was to be gained from not pushing them into the latter period and having a more realistic trajectory.
Because it doesn't alter the outcome.
Because it doesn't alter the outcome within the planned period, and it just felt to me like it was it can't be more sounder, I know that, a sound approach rather than relying on what would be exceptional sales rates.
Thank you. Any more? No? Anything you want to come back on?
No, sir. That's really a matter of calculations for the future. The big question is how we meet or whether we can achieve the sort of levels that we want to achieve by the end of the plan period.
Right, that's me covered. So, do you want to pick up this point about review?
So yes, as you said, the MPPF makes provision for a review to take place when there's when a plan or when there's a plan that has an adoption figure that is less than 80% of the local housing need, which potentially is the case, but footnote 86, and that applies as a result of para 236 of the December 24 MPPF, but footnote 86 is clear that the paragraph doesn't apply in circumstances where there's a spatial development strategy. So, because it's expecting that the spatial development strategy will come forward in good time to inform what those figures should be. I think that must be the rationale behind it.
Yes, correct. Yes, that seems right. Would there be anything, at least in theory, whether this would be a practical or sensible thing to do, would there be anything that where in other situations, I'm not even saying where, I'm merely thinking out loud, so that if we have these discussions, we've had the discussion, at least there's no surprises or anything, however it might end up. But, and again, without prejudice, no inference. But where it's been discussed, I think in other plans where this has been a review, it's often, it's not to do with these transitional arrangements, it's for other reasons. So, I mean, it might not be a very sensible thing to do in some respects, but there'd be nothing in theory stopping Enfield reviewing this plan under the auspices of the 2021 London plan. Kinds of issues about that, whether that would be a sensible thing to do, I realise, but that would be, in theory, possible.
Yes, it would be in theory possible. Usually, as you know, it's used or has been used in the past in circumstances where a council acknowledges that it doesn't want to meet, or says it can't meet the standard method figure, or says there are particular circumstances where it shouldn't be meeting that sort of figure. Whereas the difference in our case is that because we are supply-based in the way that we are, we've done as much as we can to meet the requirements. Nevertheless, there will be a review in the usual way under the relevant part of the regulations. Oh, and a fair point Mr. Gillespie makes, which is a timing point. If the London plan comes forward in the way that at least it expects it's going to come forward, it will be within the 5-year review period anyway.
Thank you. Yes, helpful, very helpful. Right, I don't think I've got anything more on what I wanted to talk about today. Are there any comments from anybody else? Anything that as I said before, if there's anything I would leave the room without saying, no, good. Mr. Gillespie, do you want something to say?
Just very briefly on Meridian Water. My understanding is that they are hoping to dispose of a large number of those units to institutions for buy-to-let and normal market. So that again is part of the justification for the delivery rates that we have proposed.
Right. Anything else? Actions. We've talked about a few things. Obviously, some corrections have been highlighted, and I've mooted the potential for needing Appendix 1 to be at least as a scenario to be rejigged. But I suggest, as I said, that we wait, or you wait until I'll perhaps come back with a. It might be separate to any formal post-hearing letter. It might be just a note on the back of this session. As I think I'm right in saying that I've tended to issue a sort of action note based on what we've agreed after the hearing sessions. I might well do that again for these sessions, in which case I'll probably set out some kind of instruction. It may be too early for me to have gone through all the massive list of sites and determine whether or not they're all deliverable or developable and how that might work to feed back. But in terms of just what's going to be best for me in terms of an update to Appendix 1 of your note, it might be after various scenarios, so at least I can get the full picture and then come to a more formal view at some point. And then obviously I can do the maths myself, probably, at least understand what the context and then ask you to respond to it. Is that all okay? Or I don't want you to rush off and start doing a load of work on this prematurely.
No, thank you, sir. That would be very helpful if we can respond to whatever you ultimately conclude upon. Then. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, everyone, for your contributions today. As always, extremely helpful.
Just one point, if I may.
Sorry.
Sorry. And it concerns tomorrow. We've got in the afternoon the session dealing with the health and well-being policies, and I think that's right. There's only, I think, one set of representations on that, unless I've missed it, which actually is from TfL. I think that's right. I hope. Now I'm saying it. I'm struggling in my mind as to whether it is. But so if that is right, I wondered how you were wanting to deal with tomorrow afternoon, and whether you want us to be prepared to answer all of your questions, or I don't. And that's not asking you to tell us which questions you want to look at, because it may be that you'll be looking at that later.
I might not have prepared it.
Yes, quite so. That's what I didn't want to be saying.
I have, but it's on my retirement room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there is a. Are you suggesting then, if there's any? I take it that if people want to participate, it's on the basis of reps that have been made. That the best one, Mr. Burns here, that representations by Bet Homes England again, Enfield, ELU, WG and the O50 Forum not made reps on those policies and therefore...
They haven't made any comments on the questions that you...
Oh, beg your pardon. So the main representation, I thought you were saying Reg 19 representation, so that's a big argument.
Whether or not that... I mean, I don't know whether Mr Byrne does have issues that he wants to raise.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's no reason why anyone... I always say there's no absolute requirement to issue a statement.
No, there isn't at all.
And so I can't always predict what people want to come and talk about, and they're quite welcome to come and talk about whatever I ask, really. It's not a written statement isn't absolutely necessary for that. So I think I will want to go through... I mean, it's not a huge number of issues.
We'll press on.
Yeah, the one thing that might be worth picking up now, though, is Mr Byrne, I think it would be you, presumably coming for that session, and you're the only one. It may be that it goes into the homes, goes into the afternoon anyway, in which case it's a moot point. But if not, it may be that we rather than have a break, like inevitably start the second session in the afternoon, we bring it forward rather than start at 2 o'clock. That'd be okay, rather than that. So that might be a slight change. But I think there's quite a few housing policies, and so maybe. Yeah. Although, for no developers to turn up to a discussion about affordable housing is quite unusual. That's an interesting thing. So,
as indeed today.
And so so I will draw no conclusions from that. But yeah, so I expect to go through everything that I had, but I don't think it'll take very long.
No, sir. No. We'll deal with that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you then. Again, thank you. Oh, Mr. Holmes, did you have something you wanted to say?
It was only a very minor housekeeping point just on the trajectory itself. Obviously, at the moment, the sites aren't listed in the Housing Plus mix, are not listed in like numeric order, but I suppose we'll wait on your guidance if you want us to list that in numeric guidance or just retain as is at the moment. Just it was easiest.
Yeah. I think what I'd probably want eventually is them in chronological order and placemaking, perhaps broken down by placemaking area. But that's I could have asked for that if I thought it was absolutely critical, so no problem there. Yeah, okay. So on that basis then, I'll adjourn for the evening and we'll return here at 9:30 in the morning. And once again, thank you very much. Thank you. Good night.
Good night, sir. Thank you.